It's and we have to try it out. We've got a history in poker and in Magic the Gathering, and this seems like the amalgam of those two things. So I think we're going to do all right at this game. We're going to try it out, and then later in the stream we're going to be doing. You can check it out in the title. We're going to be checking out the Hanwha Life versus GenG game that was just played in the LCK, featuring some of the best players in the region. And then at 2 o'clock, no, sorry, at 12:30, we'll be continuing our SMART goals, working on Rakan, and trying to now push the limits. We've broken it back down into making sure that we're safe, and now we're going to start pushing it back forward and seeing if we can explore some limits and push those limits. And then at 2 o'clock, we'll be playing with you guys, the audience. So stay tuned. I hope you guys enjoy the show. We're going to get in with some Marvel Snap right now, but first I just have to check really quickly, make sure that this says that we're playing Marvel Snap. No, it says we're playing League of Legends. So why does Restream not have Marvel Snap? I don't know. I'm just gonna look it up real quick, see if there's just some other name it might be under, but why it has no Marvel Snap, I wouldn't know, because it's a good game. Alright, so it's not on here, but at least we can change our Twitch stream. Stream manager, quick actions. What are we taking? Edit stream info, because we are playing a different game. Snap. Dunzo. Okay, that is updated. That's good. We'll pull this over here. Dashboard, we get the chat going up. All right, we're good. I think we're good to roll. How am I going to see? I guess I don't need to see the chat on the other side, but we're good here. All right, so there we go. That's going to be the itinerary for today. Let's see. I probably need to move my camera around for Marvel Snap, but you guys will let me know where it's best. You'll probably know better than me. Let me know where it's best. All right, so we are about 10 levels into the starter pool. I think we've got a pretty good deck, and let's roll with it. Still getting used to where everything is. Where's the, I imagine there's free stuff in here somewhere, right? But I don't know yet. Recruit season, is it part of this? Still getting used to all the buttons. Yeah, but we can play. Abomination, this was not in my deck. If you only have one card here, it has 5 power. That's interesting. Nightcrawler, you can move this once. It's kind of tempting to put it here. I still haven't seen all the locations. Quicksilver is also a natural draw. Everyone knows we have Quicksilver. I could play like Nightcrawler somewhere and then slide it over here, tie him in the location. How do ties work? I imagine it's suboptimal, right? Just won't do anything for you. On turn 6, cards can't be played here. Okay. Try to make this our Ant-Man location. Okay, so this is actively griefing unless he can move his stuff. I don't know if there's a card that does that. Draw a card. Would have liked to have Medusa last turn. This is actually probably perfect right now. It's probably a better Hulk location. Maybe I should have just gone over here. Alright, so most likely, let's see, our best plays, is it going to be this and this together to drop more? We could go Medusa, Hawkeye, and then go Khazar. We'd be back on the curve. I think we'd just raw power, go here. This is 6, 9, 15, 27. That's going to be the best we can come up with at least with what's showing. This gives us out for like Ant-Man too, and if we get Ant-Man, then we might consider going like Medusa, Hawkeye, Ant-Man. Alright, so Hawkeye, he's setting up for a big turn here. So we've got Hawkeye, Sentinel, Medusa. That's very interesting, right? Because we can go Hawkeye here, Medusa here, Sentinel here, and then play Hulk. Then we're getting the bonuses from Khazar, so we're going much bigger than what Abomination could get. So let's go ahead and do that. Then next turn is the Hulk, and we should be winning on 2 lanes. Ooh, Squirrel Girl. Squirrel Girl makes 1-drops, right? This is my first time playing her. But it would be bad with this one. On reveal, give your ongoing cards +2 power. Okay. We good? So am I supposed to spend this always? Sentinel will definitely upgrade. So is there any reason not to upgrade? Like, you'll gain these faster than you spend them? On reveal, +2 power for each other card you have here. All right, well, we're kind of swarming right now, so that kind of makes sense. Starting in Iron, you can lose ranks. So does this mean we get to the level and we can start snapping on people? All right, so we hit season 5. There we go. So now we get these 20 boosters. What is this? Wolfsbane boosters? This just means that you can make him stronger. Okay. Locks at 20. What am I missing in here? Free. Set of avatars. Okay, that's what we were missing. What's in here? Iron. 200 credits. Used to upgrade the collection or the shop. Okay. Bronze, we get 40 boosters. Okay. Collection, we have something new. Ant-Man can be buffed up. Let's do it. Let's fix this. On reveal, if your opponent played a card here this turn, +2 power. So 3 for 6 under the conditions. Alright, so this is the deck we thought we were playing. What happened to what's their face? Bizarre. How come it didn't load me this deck? Break. Requires a level 12 connection. Okay. Can we upgrade this again? We can. Let's do it. Could we have upgraded anything? On reveal, add 8 power Tiger to a new location. Oh. Interesting. 5 for 9, but it's going into 2 places. I can see some uses for that. So let's see, these are all the one drops. Almost feels like too much, right? We really want to draw a Sentinel to make sure that we're curving out okay. This will be for Khazar. Punisher, it seems somewhat weak. +2 power for each other card you have here. Since we're playing Swarm, I think that's the one we want to go for. Right, because this is probably like a 3-5. This could easily be 3-5, but it could easily be 3-7, right? And we're planning on it being a 3-7. Misty Knight is just worse than Nightcrawler. They want me to upgrade Gamora. Odin. On reveal, activate the on reveal abilities of your other cards here. Wow. Wow, okay. That seems very, 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 very good. On reveal, reveal the other cards here. This is on reveal, on reveal, on reveal, on reveal. No, that won't work though. Ongoing. Okay, so it's not that powerful for me yet. Okay. Reach a level 10 collection, so now we can snap, right? Alright, so why is it choosing Auto Khazar? No, I want my starter deck. I'll just keep calling it starter deck forever. Playing against Shocker, that can't be good. I probably don't need to put Quicksilver in this deck anymore because I have so many 1-drops. Whoever loses will lose a cube. After each turn, give cards here +1 power. That seems like a very natural place to play Quicksilver. Can we just snap? It's not letting us snap yet. So are these 0? They're 1/1s. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted it to be. Squirrel Girl is fantastic for this because it'll put extra things onto this board. So let's get Sentinel, get the engine rolling. Still can't snap. Alright, we should win because we are significantly far ahead now, I think. Squirrel Girl also could have been gone here. Ongoing here, effects here are doubled. Oh. Ongoing. On reveal. On reveal. On reveal. Well, Ant-Man makes a lot of sense right here. Squirrel Girl could go anywhere, so we could go Medusa, Ant-Man, and Squirrel Girl and kind of fill up our board. We also don't need to play Medusa. We could play Sentinel to make sure that we have drops for next turn. But we're going to be filling up our board real quick. So we want this to be the ongoing spot. Let's go ongoing here, Squirrel Girl, and... Oops, no, they can't do that. We want Sentinel, excuse me. And next turn we'll have Sentinel plus Medusa. Squirrel Girl's insane. Unless it's like too easy to accidentally get too much. This was another one. If your opponent played a card here, yeah, we're winning.
We gotta get our heads in the game.
That's funny. The things talk to each other. That's fantastic. Alright, on reveal. Activate the on reveal cards. That doesn't do anything, doesn't do anything. That's ongoing. Alright, so this is Medusa and Sentinel. And then we'll have Sentinel plus Squirrel Girl. Next turn, that will fill our board. Means Sentinel wants to go here. The cubes you'll win or lose double after turn 6. You think you'll lose? Retreat. Hell nah. But you got this. That's right. I got this. Can I snap? I still want to snap. All right, so we've got all these plays to make, and then next turn we get to play Hulk. So Squirrel Girl will fill up 1. Ongoing will double. Nightcrawler we can move. Squirrel Girl to get maximum value, we want to put it, let's see, I guess we'd want to make room for Odin in case that's better, but I don't think that's going to be the case. This is on reveal. So I could go on reveal here and then get the extra 3 power this way. That means Squirrel Girl, well, it could go anywhere. Could even just go here. Why won't it let me go here? On turn 5, all cards must be played here. Okay, got you. All right, fair. Yeah, let's do it. Snap. Okay, so we add the power here. This is actually, he needs to play a card here or else this becomes a draw. Iron Man would double, so we can move Nightcrawler and then put Odin or Hulk down. Odin would do on reveal, which won't do anything, but it would affect Medusa. Medusa would gain +3, but that's still not as much as just playing the Hulk. We want to go up by more, so let's do it like this. And we should be good. Like I said, he had to play a card here. But this line of play was never going to be good enough. What does Sarah do? I haven't seen Sarah or Spectrum. Ongoing, cards in your hand, cost 1 less. We have to play it on 5. How do you get to level 7? I know something can make level 7 happen, right? Is it if there's a draw somewhere? Spectrum on reveal, give your ongoing cards +2 power. Okay, so very similar to the Odin. So we get 2 cubes. Now we need 7 more to level up. Medusa, yes please, you seem quite good.
3D.
Three for 6. That seems good. Adjacent locations have +2 power. That seems quite strong. Quicksilver, I don't think we need you anymore. Adjacent locations have +2 power. So, let's see, 3/6, you'd have to play at mid. That might restrict my build a little bit. But for just like a deck that's trying to stat check right now, it seems okay. We want to have the extra 1-drops, I think, for Khazar. But this still, right, if we get Squirrel Girl, it's always going to be enough. This is going to be about like 4/8 sometimes. You either have these, maybe it's 4/7, maybe it's not that good. No, I mean, it's better than these, right? So, should be okay. Mr. Fantastic, are you better? Probably gonna be better than, like, going a Khazar line. This is generally a 3/5, this is probably a 3/6, so it's probably stronger than this. But this is sometimes gonna be a 3/7, whereas this is always a 3/6. How many times do you not draw one of your enders? Remove from deck. We're gonna make the curve better. We're just gonna rely on making sure that we're filling everything. Make the deck really consistent this way. Alright, we'll see. Will it start letting us snap yet? The opponents are still, like, I feel like these have to be bots, right? This beats my whole strategy. Add a squirrel to each location. That's funny. It actually dropped his power here. Alright, so we could go Hawkeye. Could play Hawkeye Squirrel Girl. I think we want to save this one. And Mr. Fantastic will go in the middle. So that means we want Hawkeye here. Are we actually like overfilling our board here? We're gonna have so many squirrels, man. This is potentially almost too much, right? So this will be 2, 3, and 3. Then we'll have 2, 4, and 3. We will only be able to play 3 more cards the rest of the game. That's perfect. All right, we're gonna assume that that's okay because that will let us exactly fill all of our boards. Oh no. Alright, your opponent is losing. Press your advantage, tap to snap. Boom! If they don't retreat, you can win double. Sweet. Cards here have -3 power. So having more cards here is actually a huge problem now. Alright, well we're still going to go Mr. Fantastic here to proc the Hawkeye. It's also going to solve our problems. Can I snap? Snap. Oh, because they had the choice of retreating. Got you. Wolfsbane is about right. Medusa actually no longer carries any value. Can't go Sentinel because it's going to mess everything up, but we can go Wolfsbane. This is on reveal, right? Okay, minus we'll put it here, right? Best card we can play. This is a weird game with the Necrotia. Can we snap again though? This is turn 5. This is a pretty weak spot for us, but I guess we just go Sentinel. Get an extra point here. And then next turn we just drop our best card wherever. And they're full. So they've got no more plays, right? This would be an obvious snap, but this would be a case where if you snapped, they would just retreat, and you would just want them to stay around for level 6, right? So you'd want something like this. Okay, Ant-Man is fine. They've got no plays. Wait, snap worked? Or you collect double because it's after round 6. Okay, I get you. I get you. Alright, so that was drawing all the low cards. Our deck is mostly low cards. We are swarming. It is going to play into the Ant-Man and the Tarzan looking guy, Khazar. After you play a 3 or 4 cost card, move it here. I wonder what happens. Let's try to fill this so I can learn what will happen if the area is full and it just can't. They accepted the snap. After you play a 3 or 4 cost card, move it here. So I could play it here, trigger things, right? +1 energy this turn. Oh, that's so bad for me. That's not bad. We drew Mr. Fantastic. So what do they have to snap back? Are we just playing for 2? Yeah, there we go. It works. Did it trigger again? No, that's nonsense. Add a Sinister clone here with the same power. Okay, so 2/4, but doubles the amount of guys there. That's interesting. Oh, no, it just took Mr. Fantastic and it changed it from this. All right, Limbo, there is a turn 7 this game. Got you. Okay, so yeah, that kind of threw us for a loop, but we'll be okay. I wish, yeah, you know what, maybe... I wouldn't want to move Medusa over, but I want to test what happens when we do. Colossus, ongoing, can't be destroyed, moved, or have its power reduced. 2 for 3. Okay. They snapped? I snap. There is a turn 7 this game. Let's see. Boom, boom, and then Squirrel Girl plus whatever else we draw. So we want to leave the spots open. Let's get a lead in 2 different lanes because the Squirrel Girl is going to help take over this win. Plus Kazar is going to take the lead over here. So they're going to have to play another card here, and then we're going to be in the lead in 2 different spots, which means that they are going to run out of plays, right? It's going to be a small lead everywhere. Oh, it just moves over anyways. Okay, fair enough. It magnetized everything. Nightcrawler we could move. I guess we just go Iron Man here. And Squirrel Girl will get whatever we can get out of it. So Quicksilver definitely should have moved over here since we knew we were going to be gravitating our cards this way. Alright, we could lose. We could lose. This is going to make the team pretty strong. Squirrel Girl's only going to get 3 power, well, 5 power on the board, which is fantastic. Spider Woman. On reveal, afflict all enemy cards here with -1 power. Wow. Wow, she's a 5/8? Like raw? That's insane. This card's great. That card is great. Alright, there is a turn 7 this game. We have to remember that. Squirrel Girl will go 1-2. Wolfsbane, 1-2-3. We'll play 1-2. Let's see. So that'll get me 4 cards in total. We'll have 2 more spots for next turn that we won't need to do, but we can move the Nightcrawler. So we can go Squirrel Girl. Get the power here. When is Wolfsbane going to trigger? On reveal, +2 card for each other card you have here. On reveal, add a 1 power, squirrel to each other location. Is it going to go, you know what, let's do it like this, so that we make sure that we get it, but I imagine there's like a left to right triggering that works. Squirrel Girl here actually works better against the Spider Woman as well. Okay, so it was left to right in this little case, or also Squirrel Girl played first. Maybe I should have played Wolfsbane first to see what would happen here. Root just got big. That's too bad. Location full. Final turn. So assuming nothing can move here, which it can't, this is done. So we're good. Hawkeye is a blank. We could move. Nightcrawler, but no, we can't. So it's literally just this. But this is full, and this looks like a win, so I think we should be okay. They didn't even have a play. Okay. Spider-Woman, this card is fantastic. I mean, this game is nice and fast. The graphics are great. The thematic is fantastic. The play patterns, as long as the decks can be different enough, and there's a lot of different cards to play, then this will be a fantastic game. The card with the highest power gets. All right, let's see. We've got Mr. Fantastic wants to be in mid lane. Quicksilver, we don't know. I don't know, is there a reason? I guess we'll find out as we find more locations what we actually care about. After you play a card here, add a copy to the opponent's hand. Oh, that seems awful. Alright, Hawkeye Ant-Man is our curve, and Mr. Fantastic is going to come here, but at least that's going to be later. So I can actually just go Hulk here and probably win. What is that? Mantis, on reveal, if your opponent played a card here this turn, draw a card from their deck. 2/3 and draw a card. That's interesting compared to Sentinel. Sentinel's probably just more consistent. Played Hawkeye here, which kind of means I want to play something else here. Mr. Fantastic, not the best use of my curve, but that way I don't need to play it here in the middle. And I can get power here without actually dropping anything. I'm feeling pretty good here. Now I don't mind putting something like Medusa here, because if I put Medusa here and they get it, especially if it's on a later turn, it means we're not going to get the curve and not have to care about it. Why did Mantis move? How did Mantis move? After each turn, move one card to the web for a random player. Oh, okay. Fair. Alright, this is not good that we don't have the curve here, but if I go Medusa and they're playing Medusa, they'll still never catch up to me here. And this is a win, and I think then we can go Iron Man and stay ahead, and then Hulk here. We should be able to stay ahead everywhere. So we're going to snap again. No, we can't snap. What does this mean? Like, they have to snap back? I don't know if he's going to be able to keep this place full. He's going to have to play in both zones. So they've got Medusa, and as long as I go here... He's also going to pull something random over there. Hulk's going to come this way, which should become the strongest. Ant-Man's going to struggle to become full, and once it does, it'll be 5. Why are these things here? The cards with the highest power here get +3 power. Oh, wow. Alright, well, those will all go away. Yeah, we'll save that for later. He won't know. Just moving Nightcrawler over, and then this will come over here. Oh, moving Nightcrawler here. That's fantastic. What a good plan. Now, Iron Man, this guy is huge because of the proc, and then it's getting doubled, but Hulk is going to reduce this, which reduces this. So Hulk will go 12, will be 15. This will go down to 5, which gives him 9, 18. But then we're winning and winning, and he might pull something over anyways. 1/1/1. Khazar plus Sentinel might also just be good. Khazar would not brick anything, but we just forfeit this zone and then say that we're winning in the other two. That might be a safer play in general, because Khazar will give me the power here and here. Hulk would become 15. This would be 5, 2, and 2. That's 9, doubled 18. Yeah, I don't see a way that we can get away from that. If he just blocks here and then takes the win in this lane with his new card, he'd be winning here and here, so we can't go Hulk. So I think Khazar plus Sentinel is the only way that we buff this board and ensure the win here, so we'll do that. So let's see, it's all about what is up here. He could easily have enough of a play here to win. Medusa's here, so this is going to be a 4. Mr. Fantastic's not enough. Fantastic should have obviously been played here, and then he could have swung something over, and then he might have actually won by accident. Alright, that was a little bit more risky. I think I like Sentinel more than that card in general. Chapter 1 complete. Dude, this is a fantastic way to learn a game. They're just like, everything's building up. We're like we're 1 hour in and we feel like we've gotten so much. Ironheart, 3 for a 0 on reveal. Give 3 of your other cards plus 2 power, so 3 for 6 again. But much more conditional. Well, the other one has to be played mid. This one can be played anywhere, and it's also on reveal. New avatar. Mystery variant unlocks with season 12. We don't have it. Captain America, ongoing, your other cards here have plus 1 power. Okay, so this is also a 3/6, but doesn't need to be played mid, so this might just be better than the Mr. Fantastic. Star-Lord, let's level you up. On reveal, 6 for 7, give your ongoing cards plus 2 power. So potentially 6 for 9, 6 for 11, 6 for 13. It's going to be kind of hard to make it better than Hulk. And very inconsistent. Alright, so what do we say? Mr. Fantastic was 3 for 6. But we can put Captain America, which is ongoing. Your other cards here have plus 1 power. So you have to play it where you're strongest. But that is going to be 3 for 6. But Mr. Fantastic can be played... Oh, this is ongoing, so we're good. We feel like we have too many 1s. We don't really need Quicksilver with this deck anymore. 2 2s, 3 3s is a little bit clunky, right? A 4, 5, and 6 is totally fine. Or can he draw multiple 2s? We want to do spam the board. We've been filling the board. Is Quicksilver just better than Nightcrawler in general, though? Just to make sure you have it in your opening hand, to make sure you have that turn 1 play. I mean, we have plenty of options. How many cards do you draw? 3 in your opening hand? 4? Snap news. Welcome to the Courageous Power Parodier. Oh, these are opening websites. I was like, what is going on? Okay. Yeah, we're good without that. At least for now. On reveal. So this is 3/7 generally. That's still going to be the best out of them. I don't want to drop a 1 because then Khazar gets that much weaker. Maybe Khazar's the one that needs to be dropped. Your 1-cost cards have +1 power, so this is generally going to be like a 4-7. I guess the 3-6 is more consistent, less conditional. This also gives a surprise factor, though. Oh, so does that. Maybe it's Iron Man. But now the curve looks really low. We might be lacking on power here, but Iron Man's not that great because we don't have that much power everywhere. This has never outweighed, for example, this. In fact, I probably should have been playing White Tiger over it, but White Tiger's a little... is it unpredictable? So it's a 5-9. We could just play a 5-9. Give your ongoing cards +2 power. Ongoing. No. Reveal. Ongoing. Yeah, there's no way this is going to be more, though. All right, we'll roll with this. Transform it into another card of the same cost. Well, I definitely wouldn't want to do either of these. So I imagine you would get your trigger, right? If there's some sort of trigger. So for example, Mr. Fantastic could be played here, get the power, and then it would transform. Assume that that's what the case will be. On reveal, after you play your next card, cast a spell. The spell changes each turn. Do we have any way of knowing what that is? Alright, so let's see. We go Ant-Man, Hawkeye in the same place. Cards that cost 1 can't be played here. Oh boy. Ant-Man, Hawkeye. Let's see if they reveal in that order. Okay, Ant-Man, then Hawkeye. We'll continue to look at this, whether or not it matters. Hazmat, on reveal, afflict all other cards with -1 power. All other cards. It seems like it just did that rather than anything else. Cards cost 1 less. Wow, that's so good for us, but we have to play here. We're going to do this for curve. Oh, snap. Things are looking pretty good for us. All right, so we're going to see what happens with Mr. Fantastic, whether or not we can do this. My opponent snapped. All right, so it's time to find out what happens with this. And then your other cards here have +1 power. Okay. So let's go in this order. And see what happens with Mr. Fantastic. So let's see if it reveals. Boom, boom, boom. He's revealing first, right? So we learned that. This is ongoing. So the fact that we're out of cards, though, is kind of an indicator that we have reduced our curve. Draw a card from your opponent's deck. 3 for 4. That seems pretty solid. So he did get the effect, and then it turned into Sabretooth. On reveal, discard the highest card from your hand. That's interesting. Is there a way to see how many cards he has left? So this happened. Now Mr. Fantastic, let's see if it happens. Oh, but that's an ongoing effect anyways, right? So it's not the reveal. Ongoing, your cards can't have their power reduced. Wow, that's so insane. That is absolutely nuts. Cards that cost 1 can't be played here. And Sentinel now costs 1. Yikes. Okay. We're at the mercy of the top decks. Nightcrawler could be moved once, but I want it to be here for the Captain America. I can still move it next turn. I probably win just because of Luke Cage, but Quake. This just removed all the things. After you play a card here, transform it. Swap the positions of the other 2 locations. That is so perfect for me. Nice. All right, so we go Sentinel and Wolfsbane, and we're happy. Is that enough here? It's not, but we crushed this one, so we might as well just go here. After I transform it, Sentinel actually would be better. Wolfsbane, I'm just adding the most power. On reveal, if your opponent played a card here, get plus power. On reveal, give your ongoing cards plus 2 power. Discard the highest card from your hand. So if we went Sentinel, Wolfsbane, Captain America, so let's see, we'd have 4, 5, 6, 11 extra power here. It's just never enough. 12. Kind of scared what's gonna happen here, but I guess this is still just the right play. If this destroys everything else, then we're busted. All right, so Sentinel goes to our hand, and then it swaps, so it does trigger. Okay. Wolfsbane gains its power, and then becomes another Luke Cage. Ongoing, plus 5 power if this is your only card here. That's not going to be enough. You get the max. Woo! This just goes up and up and up, huh? Mystery card, mystery card. So are there this many cards in the game? Jesus Christ. How high does this thing go? 500? 1,000? It's got to stop at 1,000, right? It maybe just never stops. Collector's Reserve. Collector's Reserve. I guess, I mean, it's showing you like, hey, this is what's possible in the future. I can't imagine that we can actually get to this level. Because you'd need to, I guess you play games, you win, you get things, you star up your rarities. 2,000? Okay, yeah. It's almost daunting, but you know what? We'll keep going. We should have trimmed the deck. We have too low of a curve right now. Too low of a curve. +1 energy this turn. They didn't play anything. With 2 energy, they played nothing. Oh, that's an easy snap then. Now, there's probably a sequence that's better for actually doing this. If they didn't have any card last turn, they're probably not doing anything. After you play a card here, add Jin to your hand. What's Jin? On turn 5, cards cost 1 more. Okay. This location should be really tough to beat now. I may have over-indexed on it. I'm giving him a way to potentially come back in the game here, but now we can focus all of our plays on whichever spot they're weaker. After you play a card here, add Jin to your hand. You can also move the Nightcrawler if we need to. We'll just be cost effective. Turn 5, things are going to cost 1 more though, so playing 2 cards this turn and then playing Khazar next turn, but we could also just play Khazar now, play both of these next turn, and that's fine. And no matter what, we can't do better than that, so I think we just save the cheaper cards for later. Let's see what Jin does. I wish it showed me what the Jin was. Mr. Sinister, this is a new card. Oh, it's the Sinister clone guy, got you. This card's insane. Add a Sinister clone here with same power. Yeah, that's nuts. Jin. Alright, so we can't play it this turn. Jin on reveal. Next turn. What? Next turn you get +2 energy? Oh my goodness. So we have to play this turn. And then we'll make up for it with the Medusa or the Ant-Man later. On turn 5, after you play a card here, add a Jin to your hand. Can we do this multiple times? And if we can, then we're absolutely doing that. See if we get multiple Jins here. And if that's the case, then we absolutely should have moved things. Let's see if Nightcrawler even triggers. I guess we're in learning phase. Because we also want to move power out of this spot. Let's see if Nightcrawler triggers. I wouldn't think so because it says play a card here, but I don't know, maybe playing a card here. We'll spin. Let's see if it looks like he gets an animation. Yeah, so he gets another Jin. Oh my god, Jin is an insane card. Medusa, we get a Jin. Jin, we get a Jin. And Nightcrawler, we don't get a Jin. Okay, good. I'm glad we don't. That would have been troubling. All right, final turn here. We can't snap. We've got Hulk and we've got 8 power, so we can literally fill everywhere. Right? We go Hulk here, Ant-Man, Squirrel Girl, and Jin, and we snap. There's like no way we lose this. Although he has 2 Jins as well, right? So he could actually maybe make a splash somewhere. But these squirrels are all super, you know, like they're all +1 power. So this might be the highest board I've ever gotten. The Noir Dimension. Uh-oh. Bam! That was just 2. They swung one of them. No big deal. Easy. Hawkeye, you can absolutely get powered up. You are a fantastic card. It is interesting though, like it might telegraph to your opponents what's coming next, right? Makes it a little bit easier for them. Mystery card, Onslaught. Double your other ongoing effects here. Huh. I don't think we're really an ongoing theme yet, but do have a few of them. All right, the curve needs to come up just a bit. Sentinel is fantastic because it keeps us making sure that we have drops all the time, but maybe we could just replace it since we have so many other things to do anyways. We have plenty of 3s, a 4. We can also have Sentinel +1 is another way to make a 3 drop. Sentinel +3 is another way to make a 5 drop. So if anything, we would be doing a 4 probably, or another 6 to make sure that we have that curve topper. Your ongoing effects. Reveal, no. Ongoing, let's see. So double your other ongoing effects here. Your other cards here have 1 +1 power. Okay, ongoing's starting to look a little bit spicy. Double your ongoing effects here. How is this ever going to be? We just swap this into like an ongoing deck, 1s and 6s. We can't have this many 6s. We'd probably have to replace the Hulk. Double your ongoing effects here. So what are the effects? +3 power. So that's 610. This is about +3 power. So 613 if we get those two. This is +4 power. That's 611. This is on reveal. Can you search for ongoing? I bet you can. Yes, you can. Of course you can. Ongoing. +1 power here for each enemy card here. So this could easily be a 3/6 or a 3/7. So we can get out of the 1-drop world. Squirrel Girl's too good though. This is a 1/4. That's insanely powerful. Hawkeye's very easy to trigger. Nightcrawler seems very flexible. Give your ongoing cards +2 power. Well. That's fascinating, right? So we would probably take Wolfsbane out. And then what? Quicksilver? No. We'd probably take Khazar out first. So then we'd make room for Punisher and Onslaught. It seems just very synergistic. It also gives us flexibility. We make sure that we always can make moves. We're not always like topping the power curve, but maybe Onslaught's just better than Hulk now? Double your other ongoing effects. Yeah, I think we have multiple +3s going on. This would be another +3. So Wolfsbane from 3/7 to maybe 3/7. But then Onslaught would synergize. This is on reveal also, so there are some use cases where that doesn't work. All right, let's try it like this now. Ongoing. Do we cut Khazar and Quicksilver and make room for Iron Man and Colossus? Your total power here is doubled. Iron Man just feels kind of weak for me right now. But if it's doubled and then doubled again, then that would be insane. Or if it's doubled and then, well, you know, that would just, yeah, I don't think it would come out to 3x. It would always be 4x, right? Colossus. So Quicksilver and Khazar would go out for Colossus and Iron Man. Okay. Alright, where do we see how many cards they have in their hand? On reveal effects happen twice at this location? That's too bad we don't have it. Oof, that would have been savage. After you play a card here, double its power. Our curve is fantastic. We're going to have extra Sentinels to play on turn 4. We're going to play Sentinel plus Medusa. Then we have Ant-Man, Sentinel, and whatever else. Ooh, that's fascinating for us. Punisher is ongoing. Okay. So we could go Sentinel Medusa here and just crush this lane. Then we can play Ant-Man, Captain America next turn, or Ant-Man Punisher. Part of me doesn't want to fill this one. Doubling power is great, but we could also double the power. After you play a card here, double its power. Ongoing if your side is full, right? So this would actually trigger right away, right? The other cards here have +1 power, so we kind of have that on lock. Could go with Ant-Man or Captain America there. Be very flexible, so I think that means that we go Sentinel here and we go here. We actually just got that in time. I'm glad the horn went off. I could have gone on reveal here though and gotten 2 Sentinels. Maybe that would have been better. That was, I mean, seems 100%. So we can go Captain America or Ant-Man. We can go Sentinel plus Colossus. On reveal, discard the highest card cost from your hand. Okay. We definitely do this and this. Do we keep the lead here? Take the lead in all 3 lanes, see what he has to do. This is just a 4/6, plus 5 power if it's the only card here. 4 for an 11, that seems really good. Alright, we're gonna have plenty of gas to play. Mr. Fantastic is another great lane for mid. We could go Sentinel. Is there a maximum hand size? I don't know. This is 3 for 7, this is 3 for 7. With the ongoing effects. We have Sentinel to play. I guess we should try to find out if there is a maximum anywhere. This is +4, this is +3. But they're the same, they're both 3/7 or 3/6s. Captain America could be played in another lane as well, with Punisher or Ant and Sentinel. We also could have gone Sentinel, Ant-Man to just like see what it's doing. We potentially need to cover this one, but if he plays a big thing, it's going to be the rest of his curve, and we're not going to have to worry about that. Alright, he's at 17. We can make Ant-Man, which is 5. That would be 6. That would tie here. So we tie here and win everywhere else, and we're good. Or we can go Squirrel Girl Ant-Man. I mean, obviously not that. We go Mr. Fantastic to win here. We win here, and we play this here. Actually, let's see, is Ant-Man better? We play Ant-Man. No, it needs to be Ant-Man, right? To make sure that we win this lane as well with Mr. Fantastic. Then we'll just play Sentinel because we can. And we take the lead in all 3 lanes. That should be enough to win. Cards that cost 4, 5, or 6 can't be played here. That's very interesting because it makes it the rest of the plays on the game very predictable. We had a 1 and they don't. That's really unfortunate. But we can always just move it later. Draw 2. Oh my goodness. All right. I don't think we need to go for with any more Sentinel plays, although Sentinel can just be our curver, but we're at 3. So we can go Squirrel Girl plus Sentinel, or we can go Hawkeye Sentinel. And then we have Squirrel Girl and one of the other ones. Hawkeye seems okay. Mr. Fantastic would be interesting, because it doesn't actually give us the power here, but it makes us stronger in both the other ones. Gonna prepare the ongoing plan. Oh, beautiful. Okay. That means Punisher looks really good here. Means Hawkeye looks really good here. We're gonna want to play something here next turn. That's 4, that's on 5. So we're gonna be able to play, yeah, this will be solid. We could still move Nightcrawler over. Fair. Did this guy get bigger? No, it's just 1-2. Medusa mid. Alright, so we can match Medusa. Then we can actually play Ant-Man here. We definitely want to play something here. We can also go Medusa, Squirrel Girl, Ant-Man. This doesn't feel right. This feels very clunky. Okay, so now we have Onslaught, or we can go... No, it's just Onslaught. Onslaught and move Nightcrawler. Onslaught and move Nightcrawler. Do we move the Nightcrawler? That's gonna make Ant-Man weaker, so I think not. This should just be enough. Punisher will get bigger. Ant-Man will get bigger. Captain America will get bigger. Mr. Fantastic will win that lane, so I think we're just in a good spot. Oh, you know what I could have done? I could have moved Nightcrawler over here and then Onslaught over here. That would have been safer. Ironheart. Merge this with one of your cards here. Just merge it. Okay, that way you don't get the effect. We still should be okay here.
Behold my mighty hand.
Wait, what? How come it didn't buff these guys? Oh, here! Oh, no. Oh, gross. I don't like this card at all. Shit, we lost 8 cubes. Why did Colossus get upgraded? Oh, we did put it in our deck, that's right. Oh, ongoing here. I hate that card now. Give your ongoing cards +2 power. So that could do it. Free. That's where we're going. 50 credits used to upgrade cards. Okay. Oh, so you just get free stuff. Okay. $100 for the pro bundle. We might have to do that. Alright, I think we got time for one more, it looks like. Player winning here gets +1 energy each turn. That was revealed last time, I missed it. After you play a card here, add a sentinel to your hand. That's funny. The player winning here. Well, we don't need more sentinels, so I think we're okay. We're just going to curve out with the highest power we can. How did this get bigger? Khazar? It's just Khazar. It's a 1-2. This card's insane. It's a 1-2 that can become a 1-4. That seems quite strong. Alright, well, we're playing with the squirrels for sure. We also want to take the lead here so we can start getting the extra energy, because obviously falling behind here is a huge problem. We probably should have adjusted things earlier. Now we also have Squirrel Girl, which can fill out the other spots, so we could aim everything here and then have the squirrels take over everything else. That is a... Alright, so that's a cool card because it doesn't add to your max in that spot. He gets the extra energy, so I'm probably losing this game. I should probably retreat. I've got 5, he's got 6 energy. Captain America... 3, 7. So we can go to 15. Maybe that's enough to take this over. Activate the on review. Oh, luckily that did nothing. Okay, so it's just a 6-8. We're winning here. We get the extra thing, but we don't have the ability to play Medusa there. We have to go Punisher. Punisher will take over the lead here, and we'll have 4 others that we can play elsewhere. So we can go Boom, and we can go with the most power possible here. We take the lead in all 3. He should be able to beat us. Hawkeye. Mr. Fantastic. Ooh, Mr. Fantastic causes a draw. No, it's doubled. Wait, we're tied. No, he won. Aye. Close, but like so far. I lost the maximum. Alright, JK, we got time for one more. That was entirely because I was looking at my phone and I didn't read that second location. He just snowballed. The cards with the highest power here. Alright, Monster Metropolis. Ant-Man, nothing wrong with playing Ant-Man, right? That is a cool animation. I'm not gonna lie, that was sick. What's up, guys? How you doing? +1 energy this turn. That's so bad for what we have in our hand. Let's see if we draw a 1 or a 3. We draw a 3. Okay. We'll go here. Alright, so he's not using all of his power either. He also didn't use his Hawkeye. This seems like an auto loss. Add a squirrel to each location. The cards with the highest power. That's funny. So all of these guys are huge right now. Alright, so our ongoings are going to get stronger. We've got this and this. Sentinel, we could just litter the board, but we're probably going to end up curving out anyways. So it's better to just have our best cards, and then ongoing we want for this. We'll also take over highest power on this board. Can't feel great. It feels like draft decks, right? This is still very basic level stuff. Medusa in the mid lane. Alright, Hawkeye. Hawkeye will give us something extra to do next turn. Khazar is ongoing, right? We want ongoings in play so we can drop Spectrum. We have a strong lead here. Let's go Khazar here. Now we're going to have a good chance of winning everywhere. Opponent snapped. Alright, that's an easy snapback, I think. So let's see, we have this. That fills these boards, and then we play one more card, and then we play Spectrum on the next turn, right? So the question is whether or not we want Hawkeye or Sentinel. Hawkeye would be more power. We'd have to go Hawkeye, but then we're filling the built board with Squirrel Girl. That's not good. Go Squirrel Girl, and we're going to go Sentinel here. Take the lead in both spots. He's going to play, and it's tough to say which one he's going to try to empower, but Spectrum here should be enough. We're going to get +2 here, +2 here, +2 here. So this was our weakest board, and we're going to get +2 here. So +2, +4, and +2. That's going to be +8. That's going to be 615. Should be tough for them to deal with. Obviously, we'd be in a much worse spot if they played Sentinel there. Look at Khazar just buffing everyone up too. Alright, final turn. Can we snap? We snap. The general power level of the deck isn't that great. Oh, did they retreat? They didn't do anything? What? Ugh. Alright, we got a big +8. Alright, we are going to just go to the bathroom real quick, a little bio break, but 11 o'clock we're doing the GenG versus Hanwha Life. I see some of the best players in the world competing from the Korea region. Stay tuned. This game's fun, this game's great, and also it's so fast, right? It's so quick, just everything, bam, 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 play a little 5-minute game, you're done, rinse, repeat, whenever you like. Seems like it's going to be fantastic.
있는 라인이 있다면 그래도 루시안 쪽에
I will be right here. All right, coming right back. All right, what's up, Giga Gamers? Welcome to the Strat Chat. We're taking a look at the LCK region, the second and third place teams, GenG versus Hanwha Life. These are the teams at the top of the bracket. It's they're trying to compete with T1, who looks, you know, absolutely unstoppable. But this team is, I mean, these teams are both extremely talented. Everybody here has the capacity to take over games. Pays, Lehens, Chovy, Canyon, Keen, like all these guys have been on the world stage. And Viper, you know, widely considered one of the most talented players to ever play. We'll see what we get from this. You know that these guys want it, right? And this is a match that they are gearing up for. The rest of the league, right, outside the top 4 teams, there's a definite drop in the LCK, and they're just not nearly as competitive. It seems like the top 4 teams just keep getting stronger. But yeah, all 10 players in this game have been to Worlds. They've all succeeded at Worlds. And you can see it in their records, right? 11-1, 10-2. These guys are marching to the top. Chovy still has not proven that in the highest level, when people are really bringing full scout reports and full macro, we'll call it anomalies, changes to the game plan, he does not react well to that. He tends to just glue himself to the mid wave and maybe makes an overreacting play. If he can improve that part of his game, that is what GenG is looking for to make sure that they can win at the highest level. But it seems like Faker always has his number. Just a couple different changes here and there. And again, the fast rotations from the Chinese teams. You know, these teams are not just looking at level 1. Hold on, Zeka trying to jump into level 1, trying to take a super aggressive trade. Ends up just missing. Chovy spacing that perfectly. Raptor start from Zach. Makes a lot of sense. Now, we don't see a Raptor start here from Sejuani. So one of the things that we might look for is Sejuani to do 6 camps, path to the bot side, then recall, and immediately contest the second Raptors. This is something that you can do as a tool to combat for the second spawn, getting your shop on. Whereas if they stick around and play for the scuttle and try to go 7 camps and come back, they're doing it, yes, with a little bit more experience, but they haven't actually spent the gold in their inventory. And that can be a point of weakness that can be exploited. Lulu Zeri, obviously going to be exceptionally strong in the end game. Lucian Nami, not nearly as strong as it used to be. They're putting the 2 champions together just for the sake of it, but Lucian, ever since he moved his passive over to being better with the engager supports, we haven't seen as much of this lane. We do expect them to try to take over early and often. You have to press your advantages here and really use Lucian to the maximum. It'll be very interesting as we get into the shapes, especially once we get into mid-game and we see Tristana facing off against Lucian. Will he be able to use his early advantage just from the kit relative to Tristana who might have 2 extra levels. Ho Pays tries to flash over that wall, gets caught dashing forward at the most aggressive time, and Zach comes over with a 4 camp clear and pushing into bot wave, and that's really a mistake from GenG. That's something that you don't expect to pull out. Now you see what we see from Sejuani, right? You see this 5 camp and seeing her going straight to the Raptor camp. Going up into the top side might be saying that, hey, I know that the red buff has not been taken, so I can contest over here. Also counting Zach's camps and saying, all right, 4 camps and you have red and blue buff, so I'm going to, or sorry, you don't have blue buff, so I assume you're going Raptors into Eastern Quadrant. That means that Sejuani can take it, and they're timing it with a proxy from the Jax. This is something that you absolutely want to get done when you're moving together, and actually GenG turns an L, turns it into a W by finagling this advantage here. Now Peanut flying all over the map. I am a projectile. I am a weapon. Playing with Zach. This was fantastic macro right here. Jax taking the moment in this lane when he can take this advantage. Using it to proxy, it allows Sejuani to play aggressively in the Krugs camp. And then that means that Zach can't really contest anything. Goes and gets a gank in mid lane in response. It is fantastic to watch these elite level junglers going at it, because it is scope. The entire game scope is going to reflect these motions, and they're just non-stop. Ram, bam, 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 one, then the other, non-stop action, taking the most. Peanut definitely got the worst end of that trade when he goes into his own jungle and he can't even take a camp. But at the beginning, you know, they let off with the kill, so that's why Han1 Life is leading by just a couple hundred gold right now. Hold on, a mistake by Keen. Jax does have the tool that he will never get hit by Cassante with the Empowered. If he chooses to, he can get that counter-strike out. Cannon is marking this. Comes back over, and you see these camps, right? They're contesting for everything. Sejuani goes there. Zach was already there. Krugs, right? Sejuani goes top Krugs. Zach was ready to contest. So everyone's moving together. It'll be sort of a competition for who bluffs first, right? Who box first. Which one is not willing to stick around for their play and use their laners as a weapon? Because right now we've seen it perfectly. Jax was pressing up and proxying. That allowed Sejuani to go take the Krugs camp. Then you had the rebounded wave in bottom, which allowed Zach to come in, and especially the fact that they had just gotten the Talia flash means that he was able to move through and play for Krugs. Then you have Sejuani coming back through again, and their team, right? Blue team is moving up. Nice little bubble by Lehens. That's beautifully done. And they're each just moving in synergy, and that's what you want from your jungler position. So very promising high-level gameplay right now from both teams. 6 minutes in, we'll see if anyone decides to go for a Void Grub. At this level, expect them to take 1 grub. The benefits are multiple, right? The effect that you're only giving, that you're getting 1, which means that you're turning on your jungle item. You're getting the rewards, the extra golden experience. The fact that you're not revealing to the enemies that you're actually taking the camp, right? You're just taking 1 and then leaving means that you won't get a global notification. It also means that the shield won't proc. Right, you take it, the shield procs, and then you walk away and you don't care. You don't have to lose any value for it. It looks like Sejuani might take a little bit extra, realizing that there's nothing that Zach can do about it, saying, hey, we're going to take the 3 here, and that way we can take our pushing lanes and try to exacerbate that advantage. And that's usually the exception, right? You take 1 if you think that you're going to get contested, but they have pushing lanes everywhere. Talia can contest Tristana with push, has a couple tools that are strong into the Tristana mid, even though Tristana has more kill pressure. Talia has the ability to drop those rocks in response to Tristana jumping anywhere, or she can just fling them back in response. So Chovy has a lot of play in this lane, even though Tristana can be more lethal. I really like the jungle mid synergies from both teams. Tristana and Zach has a lot of long range engage potential, which is why you saw Chovy flash early. Sejuani and Talia also have tons of lockdown and the ability to combo together, but I imagine that we're just going to see some early form of magic resist, maybe just a Hex Drinker from the Tristana. Maybe not. They might try to skip ahead and say, hey, we really want to get this Kraken Slayer and spike for our lethal threats. So it'll be interesting to see where they build from that. Bomby Cinder done from both junglers, and additional cloth armor being bought by Zach. Interesting. Means that we probably have the magical footwear. Cassante being caught out. Beautiful chain CC means that we can't get the all out for the counter attack. And that is a full health Keen that is going to take probably 2 plates here. He is probably actually sitting on a little bit more gold. Might want to take just 1 and go for a recall, and that's what he decides for. 1 plate and the recall. Beautifully done by Canyon to move in there. Sweeps, they know that they're not seen. Perfect timing. Jackson go in, turns on the E, make sure he's not being hit. Chain CC, beautifully done. Look at that. Just almost no uptime. In fact, probably no uptime at all. Now, is it worth it to give Zeri any amount of free time on the bot lane? This is the lane that carries most of your games in professional. The support items are just too strong. Lulu did get a recent buff, has a little bit more AP on her pass-through on her Q, makes a little bit more poking in lane. Also unlocks the ability for her to be played in the mid lane again. Hold on, Doran coming back saying, I can beat you with my all-out. Even though you just shopped and took a better shop, you see how strong this champion is in the dueling situations. And he's actually going to chase Jax. Look at that, jumping over each other, beautifully done by Keen. But now the counter-strike is done, so he's going to try to drop the most that he can. See if he can't jog over the Cassante, but it's just not enough. And Doran actually takes it just in the solo. That'll be interesting to see in slow motion, to see those mechanics. You saw Jax trying multiple flashes to try to dodge those Qs. Could have also just walked away from the play and been completely fine, right? Decided to go for the outplay, trying to stick to the wave, but because he goes for it, he's losing a enormous wave here, and that's going to be a huge advantage for Doran, who's basically going to be a level up now. Nice little pick by Talia. They're rotating again. Sejuani, you see again, Sejuani constantly moving with her teammates, not prioritizing the farming, and yet still getting a high clip of CS. Doing everything, it seems. I like this build, going plate mail in response to just Zach as a magic source threat. Zeri's going to deal a little bit as well, but it's not as much in general. Now you see some Tristanas do this where they put 3 stacks on the bomb on the turret, right? You put 3 and then you can wait. You can always choose. The threat of popping the bomb is always very significant, and your laner's going to move away from that. Tristana uses that threat to see what is Talia willing to do. Talia picks the most aggressive response, which is I'm just going to charge straight through this. If you try to auto attack it once more, you'll be caught in that animation and I will be able to knock you up. Throw you back under turret as you're hitting me. Tristana wisely chooses to not take anything. So it's good to see these guys working on that micro aggression level. Now, ward being dropped right in the middle of mid lane. This is something that you're going to see every single game. Nami dropping that to make sure that they have the rotations on the Tristana. This is GenG's prerogative, right? 3 pushing lanes means that they absolutely want to claim these void grubs and say, we are going to threaten you by grouping up. We are not the catch team. We're going to group up, maybe split a little bit with Jax, who's going to be comfortable in the 1v1 versus Cassante. Here's that play. Let's pause and watch it. So good start there by Doran, gets a good clean combo, gets everything off, moving back to not take any turrets when it's not needed, brings in the rest of the wave. Keen steps back, comes back into it, so dodges the first Q. Now he comes over here, dodges the second Q, flashes there for no benefit. That last flash did nothing. Drew the minion aggro and then flashed away. That was the mistake. Could have potentially outplayed it without that auto attack. But would have been so tight. Like that would have been such a highlight reel for one and a blunder reel for the other. Control ward. You never love seeing that the control ward is the reason for dying, right? So GenG, just like that, takes a fairly tremendous lead, and here they go. They're going to dogpile in the bot lane. Zeri's going to have to jump over this wall. Sejuani should be trying to zone this, but ends up moving backwards. They accept that they get the flash and the ultimate from Zeri and from Lulu, and they say, you know what, we're going to do this as a 2-step process. We're actually just going to use our ultimates. It looks like actually Ignite and Heal being used from Lucian and Nami as well. All right, Chovy actually missing right there. Puts the E down a little bit late. Doesn't get any of the stun onto Tristana, which means that she can't get the knockback reliably. You have to be immediate with either one. You can either throw the W onto the landing spot of the Tristana and throw her immediately back, or you can throw the E out right away. The E is a little bit harder because you have to be immediate. You have to be on the moment she casts. Once she's flying, it's too slow. She gets too close to you before the rocks pass over, and she basically jumps right over it. So probably would have preferred to see Chovy casting W, let the Tristana land, throw her back, get the rocks then. And this is a counter pick, everybody. K'Sante is just at a freakishly good state. These guys play K'Sante at such a high level, and they keep on disguising it, right? We've talked about it before. It's good. It's good for the game, for the health of the longevity of the game, to have a character like K'Sante, like Smolder, like Seraphine. You want those characters in the game. They are good for the game's growth. And so they keep on making these micro changes. They change the direction of the champion, but they don't want to make it weak. They are actually disincentivized from making it weak. So let's look at this play here, right here. Sejuani actually moving back. It's because the ultimate from Zeri clears the minions, so they say we can back off. What I want to see them do, though, is come right back down to bot lane. It's a little bit of an awkward spot because Zeri is going to be pushing and moving to mid. It's going to be much safer in this mid lane, but there's really no indication that they're going to get any sort of punish off. They might have opted for a two-step gank there. First one, get all the spells, right? You get flash, you get ultimate, you get Lulu ultimate. Then you just circle right back and you come right back into the play. I'm surprised they didn't do it. They did have the advantage there. Probably chalk that up as a miss for GenG, something that they can do even better. Rift Herald in tow. We'll expect to see this in the mid lane, even though the side lane turrets are going to have premium prizes on it. Now, this is the matchup that they don't want. They'd rather not have Tristana into Jax, because Jax can completely counter everything that Tristana's trying to do here. So they do bring Zac over long enough to try to siege this turret down. And I like this play. They're using two people together, moving as one. Rift Herald being traded in the mid lane. They do get the turret down. Now they should bring the numbers down, rotate everyone quickly. You can actually leave Lucian in the mid lane. He's very safe by himself, and bring three people down to the bot lane. And that's exactly what they're doing. Three people together, you put this pressure, unified, right? When you throw a punch, you connect and you follow through, right? Like Mike Tyson said, I'm not trying to hit their face. I'm trying to hit the spirit that's hiding behind their face. When you connect, the actual power, if you flex early, and this is a boxing thing, but you can use it in League of Legends. If you flex early, it actually stops your momentum. When I'm flexed, it locks my arm into place. I don't want to flex. I want to snap. And as I connect, only once I'm in and getting resistance, that's when you flex. That's why you bring numbers up to a play. That's why you go full throttle. You move the team together and you move succinctly and with a united cause, right? Everything's together, moving as one. You make that connect, you punch through, you claim it, you make the punch hurt, not just land, you make it hurt, and then you come back. And that's exactly what they just did in the bot lane. Doran putting a ridiculous amount of threat onto Talia, using the resistances here. Beautiful build. Path Bomby Cinder into Iceborne means that you have all the combat, all the wave clear, and then he's got the boots and the Null Magic Mantle, means that he's going to have enough health from the first two items, and then the mobility and the resistance to stop against Talia. A mage has no chance against that, especially when you start with Seraph's Embrace. Archangel's Staff, going to keep you very safe, which is important for Talia in this game, right? She cannot exist against either of these solo laners. Oh, nice. Catching him in the mid jump. Beautiful. Again, following through the punch. And you see how Nami and Lucian are moving in here together? Oh, they might go for a counter dive or a second dive. Nami's not trying to land the bubble. Interesting. Could have possibly gone for that. But they're saying, no, let's not draw aggro. Let's use our 6 Void Grubs and we'll just push out the game. And you're seeing the power of 6 Void Grubs and why Dragon has... I mean, Dragon was never a great objective. It's something that you took. You were happy to take it if you were winning. But Void Grubs is something that can accentuate your lead, and especially when you go for a 3 pushing lane strategy, now it's much more viable, right? Because getting 6 grubs means that now any touch on the turret is a significant chunk of damage, because you're going to spawn 10 extra grublings here. See what Sejuani's doing. Sejuani's trying to zone out for the rest of the team. Is going to flash. I don't know. Do they think they can take more damage here? Maybe, because Lucian's got the up front. Holy crap. I did not think that they would be able to take this. Props to GenG for finding the fight here. This will be plus damage, which means that they're going to get plus prio in mid, and they're going to get superior vision. So this was Sejuani using the flash, the tankiness from the aftershock to stay alive just a little bit longer, plus the frozen heart, you know, stays alive against this team. And it buys enough time for a perfect angled tidal wave from the Nami. Good predictive flash from, or predictive ultimate from Canyon, makes perfect sense. You throw it in the only direction that she could possibly ever want to jump in. Look at what Canyon does. This is beautiful. This is something that these teams do better than others. Sejuani wanted that to hit, and I'm sure they're disappointed that it didn't connect. But now you see that the wall is put out there. They're saying this is where we're going to fight, and this is why you put Lucian Nami together with Talia. And this is part of the draft synergy, and you saw it right there. This is a props to them, a very big plus on the draft. Talia used to get played with Gnar and Nami Lucian, right? And the reason that you put those 4 champions together was because Nami Lucian, the big problem was that they could run away from you. Well, Talia ult stops them from running away, and then Gnar gives you another way to penalize the, hey, you want to fight here? Like, fine, let's go. I'll throw you into the wall. In this case, you have Jax, which also has a lot of threat with another AoE stun, can jump into the team fight, and then you have the same effects of the Lucian and Nami just pressing forward. So they take that momentum, they're going to swing it into other lanes, get the pushes off. And again, you're going to see much faster pushes than normal. Now, one of the things that you have to take into account in Season 14, timers for ending the game. For about 10 years, it's been about 40 seconds of death timers. If you have all 5 members on an average team and 40-second death timers, you can win from the middle of the map. That number can go down to as low as about 32 seconds, basically being gated by the speed of the minions. If you have Baron, you can speed the group up. You can use tricks like Rise. So you can get that number close to 30. But with Void Grubs, you can just annihilate these turrets. And not just are you annihilating them with the extra damage, but the fact that they're spawning more minions means that you can walk up and tank for your wave to make sure that your wave never dies. When you get 6 Void Grubs, the threat of any ace turns into a GG threat, right? Once we get to level 14 in the game, the respawn timers are going to be too long. And if you get any lost fight, basically from here on out, we're talking about at least an inhibitor going down, if not more. And then if they get Baron, right? Forbid, if they get Baron and they take all 4 camps in the Void Pit, which I love, by the way. We got to talk about game design. It is so much more balanced now that you have 4 camps in the Void Pit and you have 4 camps in the Dragon Pit, and they amount to a similar power, you might think, although in the current state, the Void Pit just wins out easily. Because if you've got Baron buff and 6 Void Grub stacks, your siege is unbreakable. The only way to do it is to take the fight, play against the gold spike, the experience spike, and the stat spike that Baron buff gives you, but you can't sit there. You cannot just try to withstand the push because the Void Grubs will spawn. You're dealing extra damage to turrets. It is a much more succinct way to end games here in Season 14. So I expect GenG to be moving together, maybe doing a 4-1 split. You might see adjacent lanes and you might see opposite lanes. But either way, Jax is going to be off on their own, looking to maybe make a flank. And then the debate is whether or not you put 4 people in mid or you put 4 people in top. If you put 4 in mid, then they're doing it to control the adjacent quadrant, and they're trying to create a protracted siege. But in this case where they have the Void Grubs, they might want to split the team as far apart, especially with the enemy team having a Zac. You don't want Zac to be able to hover between 2 lanes with the potential to engage in 2 places. Also, it is a hex map, so these hexgate portals are going to very much limit your options for adjacent lane pushing because the rotations are so fast. Usually on this map, we advocate for a 4-0-1 or a 1-3-1, but you have to be very careful with 1-3-1 because, again, your side lanes are a little bit more susceptible to the fast rotations of these gates. It looks like GenG's opting to hold off on the push, and they're going to siege around this dragon. I'd much rather see them push up mid, get this ward, which they already have in place, protract the defense, but hold the line on the left side of the pit. So this diagonal right here, You hold this line, let the enemy team try to take this position on the other side. Hold on, we've got a teleport. And right now you can move over, push this wave, and go take Baron, right? That is a play that is absolutely available to you. Not anymore with the dragon being this low. They're going to have to take this fight. Now Chovy's going to put out the wall and say, hey, we've got Lucian. Fight's on our side. We do get the outsmite. It was a 50-50 there. You do separate the team fight, but now you have Jax. Jax actually is still going just for the Cassante. They're going for full peel. Let's burst the Cassante. Don't let him connect. Beautiful team fight position there. Oftentimes your Jaxes are going to be baited into chasing the Zeri and saying, hey, I'm zoning Zeri. I'm doing a good job, right, guys? But Cassante can do the exact same thing to your carry, and Cassante is just such an incredibly powerful champion that once he's all out, the call generally wants to be a preemptive, let's turn on Cassante the moment he casts his all out. See, do they drop the blast cone? I don't think they even need to. That is an extra kill, and with Zac dead, they're going to be uncontested for this Baron. Hashtag strat chat. How would you get out of this if you're Han1 Life? You've got Cassante respawning. It's going to take him about 25 seconds to get to the pit. Do you try to create a stasis here, right? Or a standoff? It's going to be impossible, really. It's 5 versus 3. Sejuani can tank the camp by herself. Jax can zone the rest of the team. They should be able to find the engage or the threat of an engage. Enemy team moves back and they get the kill. That was without smite, by the way. So you know what? There absolutely was a way to get around that. And if Han1 Life knew that there was none there, they might have taken it. Cassante, you got to keep going forward. This is your only opportunity. Enemy team has not shopped. You have to engage. You must go all the way in. No, you cannot retreat. This is a punt. We see this a lot, even in the pro stage, where people try to play the way that they would normally play, and you have to change your script, right? In the past 5 minutes since the last recalls, enemy team has gotten 3 kills, the Dragon and the Baron. They're about to recall with all that gold from the Baron, on top of all the gold that they got from winning these fights. And once you do that, on top of the fact that they have the Baron buff, you absolutely lose the game. So you might have had a 35-40% chance of winning that fight. After this recall, you basically have a 0% against any cognizant teammate or team that's playing with high level strategy the way these teams are. You're basically down to 0% chance of winning anymore. They're going to press in, right? You see this angle. Doran's, he's using his W. You can go back in. Beautifully hit right here. All right, I mean, that's a mistake from Viper as well, putting that E over the wall, right? It's just, you have to take your shot. Sometimes you're losing in round 14 of a boxing match, and in round 15, you just got to go for the haymaker. Or you can sit there and just continue to try to box and, you know, win with pugilism, but it's like you're already down on the scorecard. There's no way back into this game. They may say, like, hey, we've got a scaling team. We've got Zeri, Tristana, Cassante, and Lulu. We're very happy to play for later. But look how mechanical and precise they're going to be with this push, right? Moving up adjacent lanes, you see the vision being pushed into this northern quadrant. They just rotate from one wave to the other, back and forth. You're going to see a 5-man defense, probably 2 and 3, 2 versus the 1 and 3 versus the 4. To try to stop the push for as much time as possible. But there's still a minute left on this Baron. And again, it's the Void Grubs, right? They're pushing so hard. They're doing so much extra damage. Whereas you might have been able to hold this siege in Season 13. You just can't anymore. Lucian, beautiful chunk right here, getting damage out. Now they're going to step up. Void Grubs pushing in mid. You see Lucian rotating over as well. Nami even spending the bubble to get extra damage over here. Beautiful ult angle from the Nami means that they're going to get a perfect spot to get here. Zac's going to try to lock enough people up, but it's just not enough. Lulu has to use the ultimate, but it's just too little, too late. Once the base does break down, right, once that turret is gone, there is no more stopping them. So I applaud them for trying to take it, but it should have been earlier, right? They had to take that fight earlier. And now you're down to just too much. The Baron's expiring right now, but not before they get 2 inhibitors. I like how Pays is playing very aggressively here. Actually might have taken that trade with Tristana. Could have hit Zeka back a little bit harder. Ends up just taking a complete one-sided trade. Doran, you're invulnerable for a moment. You can be the bait. You can say, hey, my name is Cassante. I can tank this up for a while. I like that, again, they're taking a shot, but the team needs to be unified, right? You can't have Zeka picking up a bot wave while you're doing I can bait. That plays sweet, right? You have Doran come in, step forward into the middle of them. Everyone's thinking about what's Doran gonna do. Then you're trying to burst a tank. He doesn't cast all out. He just keeps everything for as long as possible. Lulu comes in, buffs him. Then he goes all out with the Lulu buffs. Maybe you generate something back. And you see the wonder of this team comp. Very well put together. But like I said, I'm going to maintain that they had to throw their punch and swing much harder when it came to that top lane continuation off of the Baron. That was their best shot by far. All right, now 2 lanes are down. We're going to see a mid lane push to get a deep ward. Then they're going to move into the eastern quadrant, rotate over, take a look at the wards that we see from Hanwhan Life. I love that they have one on the wall over here, right? Placed far away from the bushes. This is a great teleport ward. Might give them an angle for Cassante and Tristana to try to defend this. Now, they're going to say that we have the waves pushed out enough that we can actually defend here. So you see the pings? They're saying we're going all out. We're going for this. You see the teleport from in behind. Cassante's coming in behind. The wall is down. Now he's going to try to catch potentially Lucian or Talia. The less ideal target would be Jax because he can put the E up. Looks like he's just isolating Canyon, which it doesn't feel like the right target. But maybe if you can get the tank down, you can do some more. You see the AoE fighting power of Zeri, and Keen comes in just in time to turn that back. But you see how much power and threat they did have for themselves. That is a strike against GenG. They did not need to rush it. They did come up very quickly. They didn't spend the time to let the supers marinate in those other waves. And there was a chance that they could have lost this fight. And if they lost it, then Hanwha Life could go back up, pick up the supers, and play for the rest of the game. But now with 4 dead, they're just going to take the rest of the fight. So not a perfect game from GenG. All right, a couple mistakes. Good proactive plays from Peanut. Missed a couple windows on the push and on the counterattack, but overall, very well done. Very high level execution in general. It's probably like 98th percentile League of Legends as far as how good it can be. It's pretty exciting to see. All right, next draft, my favorite. We see Delight on Rakan, so we're absolutely going to be taking notes on this game so we can use it in our own games. Xayah Rakan, one of the most lethal combinations, and is basically the only way to turn Rakan into a fantastic dueler. Sometimes you see Kalista being used as well, but sometimes you accept that Kalista's just not quite as strong with Rakan. Like, you have Rakan and Kalista is that good, but Rakan is so weak in the early game that you sometimes still lose fights even with Kalista, right? So you see that pairing sometimes, and it's a way that you go for a mid-game spike. But now with Xayah Rakan, you're going to have comfortable scaling at all stages. We do see Aatrox and Sejuani paired up together against Jace. Jace is going to try to poke out the Aatrox, especially at these early levels. This is a matchup that Aatrox can start to go even around level 5 and then feels really comfortable at level 6. That's too early. 5 is still Jace favored. 6, once you have access to your ultimate, Jace only gets the added ability, the added powers to his abilities, not going to be that much stronger. Whereas Aatrox is going to be exceptionally good, especially once he gets into those mid-levels 10 and 11. He gets all the points into his Q, he gets his passive stacked up. That's when he's going to absolutely take over this matchup. So it's up to Keen to get that much of a lead ahead of time. The Kalistar bot lane, highly lethal. One of the ways you can fight against Rakan is with Alistar. Now we see full clears from both of the junglers. Some adaptations we saw last game where they went into a highly volatile matchup where we had top to bottom from Canyon in response to a Raptor start from Sejuani, and we saw how that created a very volatile mix of counterattacks and punches. I thought both junglers did a very good job of acting very quickly in those scenarios, and this is going to be much more of a Sejuani guarding against Lee Sin. Sejuani is going to try to guard and path in the same direction as Lee Sin, trying to cover as many of Lee Sin's paths as possible. Now you actually see from Lee Sin, he actually took his red buff last, So he will have better respawn timers on his camps for the second clear top to bottom. So expect this to be a scuttle crab, maybe into a push through mid and then contest the top scuttle, especially with this little chunk here. But you know what, Chovy's low on resources, so he's just going to take that lead and he's going to come back on his own. No need to teleport here because both of the junglers are leaving. Ari's saying, I'm going to stay one more wave, and I'm actually going to grab this wave. The question is whether or not she tries to push it. It is a cannon wave, and Lee Sin did not come to help. So Chovy's going to be very strapped on resources, means that they cannot get around the map. Keen is forced to use the flash, and now Chovy's in a little bit of an awkward spot. Does get the wave the rest of the way in, had exactly enough mana to do it. And now you see the benefits of this path. Top to bottom into scuttle, 7 camps, you go respawn. Lee Sin makes his way back to the Gromp. He's going to go check to make sure that he has eyeballs on this. Might even go for a preferable clear onto Aatrox, make sure that he gets a good lane state here. Reason being that you want to protect Jace after he goes for that teleport, because Sejuani might be in the vicinity. Then you come back and then you start taking your camps. You're going to see Wolf respawn in any second, and Lee Sin will just very comfortably path in that direction. That little 10-second rift right here, that's something you can add to your games 100% when you're playing with your friends, playing against Clash, whatever it is. That little reprieve is so much safety for your laner, and it's 10 seconds that you were going to have to spend anyways because your wolf camp wasn't respawning, right? So that's a window where you absolutely want to take the maximum. You want to go up, spend that extra 10 seconds, be there, kind of show open for your teammate, allow them to make the plays that they want to make sure that Sejuani's gone, and you see that it doesn't cost him anything. He comes over, he grabs a grubling, a void grub, uses the smite, and then comfortably starts pathing back down, and now he's up a camp on the Sejuani, moving through into the jungle. Sejuani will probably come over and collect the other 2 void grubs, but might just try to swing by through mid. Like how Lee Sin is pathing this a beautiful path this game, and he's going to outpace the Sejuani fairly significantly. And now that he's on this side and Sejuani's going for the last 2 grubs, Sedge will get the notification, or they will get the perfect timer for next time, but Lee Sin's can use this opportunity as level 5 to take Dragon. They have the pushing power of the Alistar Kalista right here, threatening to go for all in. Chovy's going to go for a push as well, and then you combine the mid push, the bot push, with the dragon take. Sejuani's taking the void grubs, which means that they are late. And Sejuani's letting the team know, hey, I'm just going to wolves. I can't really go anywhere else. I'm not in time to do anything. So just back off, collect those waves. So good communication from Hanwha Life, but fantastic tempo from GenG. And if you want to learn about tempo, we are doing a sweepstakes at Giga Gaming Academy. You can go to the website or go to the Discord. The link will be in the description below. And make sure that you sign up for the sweepstakes. Go into the Discord. All you need to do is put your honor level there and say, I try my best. And whatever your honor rank is how many entries you get into the Train Like a Pro sweepstakes. The winner will be drawn at MSI, and they will get the full scope training regimen. Play like a pro, train like a pro. You're going to get everything: sports psychology, nutrition, everything that it takes to have healthy mind, healthy body to be a professional gamer. So excited to see who is going to come through and do that. We'll be announcing those winners, like we said, at MSI. One of these teams could easily be there. Hanwha Life probably looking way behind in this game. Chances of winning this match are actually very low now. GenG would accept nothing but the best, right? For this team, they are put together to win. These players have been on the brink or at the World Championship final stage, trying to get that last little bit, right? Just trying to get that last gap. Can Chovy actually mature that one last level to be able to take down the world's elite in the world finals? Because that's what this team is here for. They're competing. This is a team that has 2 world championships under their belt. One way back when they were Samsung Galaxy, and then the rotations into GenG, right? We've got a storied history from this franchise. They've got their eyes set not just on beating T1, but being the world's best. But it's going to be tough. T1's been playing very well. BLG has been playing very well as well over in China, and that is what we expect to be the top 3 teams in the world right now. And these teams are playing not just to beat each other, right? They're playing to get to that level where they can eclipse the best in the world. Beautiful fight here. Alistar is over in time to affect the fight. Rakan tries to do his best, but he's just not as strong at this stage. And we saw the lane prio plus the power of Lee Sin just very, very strong in this spot. We end up with enough of a trade. It's not so bad, but GenG is going to be looking to press more and more, harder and harder. Interesting play here from Zai. Here rotating over. This is something that we don't see nearly enough. The ability to go take a wave, and there's no reason not to stay here. You can generate more XP. So they end up leaving and going back to the bot. This was almost great, and we've talked about this before. When you are solo, a solo laner goes and absorbs experience at a rate of 95%. Okay, so your cannon is worth 100 golden experience. When you take it as a solo laner, you get 95 experience. When you share it with laners, you each get 71. So when two laners get that cannon, you can actually turn it from 95 experience into 142. And that just amplifies every source of experience on the game. You want more people to get your experience most of the time. It just generates a net advantage for your team. The exceptions being if it's going to deny a spike, right? If one player, generally your most important player, is going to gain a spike from getting solo experience, then you absolutely give it to them. But your team over time will absolutely get stronger. If you could have every single person on your team share every wave, you would absolutely do it because you generate more power that way. There used to be, with the desynced wave timers, there used to be a timer where mid laners and top laners could actually share waves, right? You could go up with top lane with the support. You could hold the wave, hold the aggro, make it a little bit harder for them to push. Mid and top could share mid, then come over, share top, rinse, repeat. And that was actually the way to generate the most experience on the map. We never saw anyone do it. It was never solved, right? It becomes a little bit predictable. And I think that's why, in general, people opted to not go with that path because it's a little bit too linear. But it is the mathematical best way to generate experience in the game. And if you can do it at any moment, you would absolutely want to. But, people still get stuck from their habits in solo queue. Something left over from way back when they were learning the game and they're saying, don't share my experience. That sort of stuff lingers, right? And even at the highest level, you're still going to see that linger. Beautiful jittering from Keen. You see the Jace mechanics. Good to see him playing at that level. Korea Jace just looks a little bit different than NA Jace, doesn't it? All right, so Callisto and Alistar are going to be as strong as they will be all game right here. It is going to be still difficult to play into the pushing power of the Xayah. You see all the wards that Home Life has put onto the bottom side of the map, saying we're prioritizing this. Aatrox will take over against Jace, and it will be a volatile situation, but we absolutely just want to make sure that Xayah can outscale this Callisto and that there aren't any traps being played. Count these wards, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 wards and a control ward being used in the bot side to try to protect this lane. And even with all that vision, right, Ahri goes into Fog of War, and it's enough to make them skirt backwards. Lee Sin, just too strong at this stage in the game, has the completed Sundered Sky, which means he's going to be bullying as much as possible, taking all fights, because even if he takes his damage back, he's going to be able to hit with that empowered auto attack, getting that big heal off. Jace, topside, has a completed Eclipse. Eclipse, one of the strongest items on the patch that no one is playing. They're finally starting to play it all over the place. It is, I mean, the empowered hit on that second proc is just insane amounts of damage. Plus you get that shield, so you're just highly incentivized to do it every single wave. Make sure that you trade with them once. Once you buy Eclipse, go for a short trade and step back. Lee Sin steals the dragon. This is going to be backbreaking for GenG. They thought they could get one little advantage here. Aatrox is going to win the all-in up in the top lane, but it's not going to matter, or is it? See a flash over the backside. All right, GenG just takes this down. The power of Callista over the course of that fight. Like we said, this is the strongest moment in the game for the Callista, that Callista Alistar lane. And it was the moment that Hanwha Life just needed to survive. They don't. Right? This is a pandemic in pro play still. The teams that don't play towards their win conditions, right? Why would Hanwha Life want to go and force this dragon here? It makes no sense to me. Maybe if they're expecting that we could take an up-tempo fight, they get the first kill on the Lee Sin. They're feeling pretty strong here. We get the good re-engage. Peanuts chasing after Pays. You can't do that. It needs to come back. Pays, oh, there we go. Picking up the Alistar, throwing him back in. They get two-man fights. They see the mobility of Callista at this stage in the game is just too strong. And nothing can be done against it. So well played. Nice carry. That'll be interesting. Hanwha Life is going to want to look at that back and say, hey, what happened? You know, where did we lose this? We were putting so much vision down in this area, and we weren't able to play around the bushes. We weren't able to play in the shape that we wanted, front to back with Sejuani protecting the Xayah. We ended up getting hit on both sides by the Ahri and the Callista. And it's one of those things, you'd hate to think that they were focusing on killing the dragon rather than winning the fight. But if you're in that position, the dragon is absolutely not the prize because you are weaker than the enemy team there. Nice little flash by Chovy. Might actually win this trade back. Oh, beautiful. Just in time for Delight. Alistar's going to do his best to try to peel here. Chovy's going to try his best to stay alive. Actually gets a little chain CC. Means that they might actually get out here. Rakan hits the blast cone to try to knock Chovy back in. It is finally going to be enough. But you see that Chovy gets the maximum amount of damage back in there. Very exciting to see these guys playing at that level. Well, all the meantime, Keen just chugging away at this bot lane. They're going to trade turrets, but this is going to be two turrets for one. Jace getting the bot lane, Aatrox getting the top lane. They're going to do double Herald Rush right here. They go backwards. Do they have enough room? Yes, they do. That little backward spin can be used as a way to buy a little bit of time when you're trying to get the wave in the optimal position. And Jace actually teleports, giving nothing back to the Aatrox. Aatrox finishing the Profane Hydra. Going to be very happy to take the fights the rest of the way here. But after this wave being picked up, we'll see if Jace decides to stick around. He might do it because Callista and Alistar are in range. And I like this. Rotating for outer lane turrets. Sometimes you get a little bit caught up with where's my carry going to be. And sticking around in the mid lane a little bit too much. That looked like a Guardian and Locket and the shield was what was used to keep Aatrox alive. You see the power of the Ahri on this patch, guys. Little nothing 5% AP change, and you end up getting the most overpowered laner in the game. Game is not balanced at all, by the way. Not even close. We have still 10 picks that are just miles above everywhere else. It makes for very interesting drafts. Right? How much are you willing to give? What are you willing to take back? A lot of people talk about Red Side having a huge problem with the ban phase. And when there are more than 3 OPs, and specifically more than 6, right? If after the ban phase, you can guarantee that there's an odd number of OPs, either 2 or 3 up, then you're in a really good spot, right? And you can control the amount of OPs that get traded in the draft, and then whether or not you have a good draft lineup that you can move around them. And red team should be able to take advantage of this, especially when you have such strong picks and you can go for counter picks on red side, top side, especially. Then you can make up for any amount of power picks that you miss out on by having that favorable matchup or having that one piece that glues the entire composition together. And like, if we're going to evaluate Hanwha Life's draft, we don't see that, right? Not only are there I mean, the only thing you would really call OP on this team right now is Xayah Rakan, right? Aatrox is not OP. Sejuani is not OP. Talia is strong enough to be played into some of the other champions like the Azir, preferably not into the Ahri, because Ahri can take over like we saw in this game. But on the other side, we see Ahri and Callista, so they got 2 for themselves. And that means that they're feeling really good in this mid-game spike. Now, they are going to want to continue this. this game, unlike last where we saw the 6 grubs being taken by GenG to use their snowballing lanes and trying to snowball, this game we saw Lee Sin take 1 grub, Sejuani take 1, and then Lee Sin come back and take 1, right? So I believe we only had 3 grubs taken in total, 2 for GenG and 1 for Hanwha Life. But when you're this mid-game spiking team, like the Lee Sin, Ahri, Kalista, Jace is, you want to dominate from here on out, right? You want to be taking this lead and continuing to press your advantages, because if this Aatrox gets to 16, if Xayah gets to 16, then we're going to start seeing this script flipped. And one of the interesting things that will come out is the Baron versus Dragon, what kind of contest we're going to see from Hanwha Life, especially with Taliyah and the ability to wall off and maybe pick one fight or another. They're going to look to trade objectives, right? They should be willing to give soul to get Baron. GenG should be doing the opposite, right? They should say, you can have Dragon number 1, we'll go take Baron, we're stronger than you, so you have to accept our trade. And then once we have Baron, then we can get enough pressure on the map, push up all the way. Once you're corralled into your base, then when we're truly ready, we'll go and collect our soul. Then we'll use soul to continue sieging and hopefully have a strong enough advantage for playing for the Elder. Lehens jumps in, was hoping for a big spike there from all the players. Xayah trying to get that flash root, beautifully done, does it, and is able to collect on Chovy. That is one of the conditions that they could get back into this game. Pei's trying to play for the limits here, but Rakan is going, but Kalista showing how good she is into those engages, can rebuy this space for themselves. Now they're going back out. This is exactly what Han Life wanted. Just enough of a trap. Enemy team overreaches just a bit, and they even pick up Kalista and Lee Sin. Well done by Hanwha Life. Well done by Hanwha Life. They cannot continue for the Baron here because it's Jace on 2 items. This Jace is way too good at defending the Baron take. He might even be looking, because this is on a ward. Look at that big chunk of damage. Soaks up the Guardian from Rakan. And that actually buys his team 15 seconds, right? The Xayah and the Rakan go all the way back here to move. They have to channel their recalls again. Slight little mistake that they could do. When you're playing Xayah Rakan, Xayah can go recall, Rakan can block, and then 6 seconds into the recall animation can go back, press the E, and unify the... Also, it really felt like Alistar thought that he was going to get a 4-man knockup up, and that would have been enough for them to take that win. But beautiful play by Viper there to take down Chovy, and they just don't have enough. The combination of those two things, right? Alistar was seemingly positive that he was getting a 4-man knockup. Maybe could have gone headbutt into a slight move upwards into the pulverize to do that slightly better. But GenG's saying, no, we're still actually really strong here, right? You guys got that win. We made a little mistake, but this is definitely our spike, so we're going to keep on punching, right? We're in the middle rounds, and we are strong. We're going to keep on throwing our punches here, take control of this northern quadrant, and we're going to fork you the Baron and the Dragon and force you to take Dragon. Hanwha Life might be saying there's no way in hell that we are going to just take Dragon as a trade. We're going to contest anyways, and say that we're better off trying to stall it and try to reduce it down to a coin flip. Because if we give this mid-game spiking team, especially with Jace, the ability to siege with Baron, then we're going to have a very tough time getting back into this game. Oh, it feels so bad to engage on Rakan and not hit anything and immediately see the power of the Alistar. You misstep once on Rakan and Alistar locks you down, and that's it. You're done. Kill lead in favor of Hanwha Life, but the game is definitely in hand for GenG. You see all of this fog of war. Now it'd be interesting to see whether or not they go into a dragon play. So we talk about this a lot with game theory optimal. What is the best play? What is the best answer to their best answer? And then what is something that comes out of left field that's good against both of those things? And you probably want a 60-30 split or a 70-20-10 split that allows you to be unpredictable and unexploitable while still getting something major that is good for your team, right? So it comes down to execution. You don't want to do the same pattern for covering the dragon every single game. You want to make sure that you are getting different wards out your team might like and expect a certain set of wards, but if the enemy team knows exactly what that warding pattern is going to be, then they might be able to exploit it and react to it. Honorable Life did get very good control. You see that line of defensive control wards that they placed right here? This was all based around winning the fight in this area, and this is how they won. They say, no, we're denying vision in these bushes. You don't get to know. You're going to have to reach into fog to try to win anything, and then we might be able to try to counterattack you. And GenG correctly assessing, we don't want to fight in that fun house again, right? Like, we don't want to go into the dark, haunted northern quadrant, the depths of the northern quadrant. That might get us killed again. And so they reset. It looks like they take a moment to bluff at the dragon. And I think the idea is that they wanted Hanwha Life to commit down here so that they could reset, push mid again, and then go after the Baron once more, especially if they can land some Jace poke. Now HLE is hovering towards the right side. You see these lines of scrimmage being drawn. This is what GenG wants. Hold on, low buff. Yes, they got the Xayah ultimate. That is huge. Sejuani ultimate as well, which means that now GenG is just going to say, all right, we can keep you crowd here. Look at this pocket that Ahri found behind this wall. There's a little divot in that rock. A lot of people don't know about this. There's just a little divot in this rock that you can sit in. Very hard for someone to have vision in there, and something that you want to prioritize. And Hanwha Life is forced to take this trade where they can go get the dragon. I don't think that there's any world that they can go contest this. There is too much missing vision. They also used an extra control ward here, which I don't like at all, because that is basically a waste of this 75 gold and this 75 gold, right? It's a small thing. Late in the game, the amount of gold, it really doesn't matter that much, but you are going to buy and replace. And you see that Rakan is immediately replacing the ward in this spot. They're trying to hold this pocket and saying, here's the pocket that we can play around and play for catches. We've got Sejuani, Talia, Aatrox. Like, everyone on my team has 2 stuns. Right? That we have the ability to lock people down for so long that by playing for that little pocket, we can potentially punish them if they try to go into this area. GenG, if they don't realize it, they might think that this is the area that's lit up, and they might try to play in for this spot, but they correctly assess that they can go into the middle and bottom waves. They're going to push in, work their vision into the eastern quadrant, and then they're going to try to choke out these 2 lanes. Counterplay from Hanwha Life, expect to see a Talia trying to slam the door shut, and then playing for, again, those pockets of vision that allow them in. But you see that the Baron is going to suffocate them, make it very, very difficult to get out of the base. I'd like to see Talia take an angle from this wall all the way across, and then just force the fight to happen right here. Small area, force them to play near the turret, where the Lee Sin's mobility, the Ahri's mobility, Kallista's mobility is restricted even just a little bit. Now, interesting adaptation. Normally, you'd put your fighter in the mid lane, but they're saying Ahri is more mobile and more fed, and Jace is more important for the poking to stick with the 4-stack, and so they move him over. Sometimes you'll see Lee Sin as well, but the range on Lee Sin Q, slightly longer than what Ahri can offer, and also you want to have the extra shields for your teammates, make sure they're not taking any damage in return. And so they move Ahri into the mid lane with the protection of the Baron. This is beautiful zoom out from the spectators. This is wonderful macro. You see how the Jace, Alistar, and Lee Sin can exist in between the 2 positions, while Ahri and Kallista go for the pushes. Very nicely done, daring the enemy team to try to make any rotation that can get them through here. GenG gets the mid lane turret, and now Lee Sin has a beautiful flanking angle, has the ultimate available too, so we might see a slap in going in for an engage. It looks like they're just going to go front to back to protect against the Sejuani engage. Finds the Q onto Viper, but it's not going to be enough. Viper uses the ultimate, but that's enough to say, no, let's sit you back. And they do get the pick right there. Beautiful multiple step fighting here from GenG. Saying step 1, step 2, I chunk you, I draw cooldowns, I draw back, I chunk you, I take it again. Beautifully done from them. They execute the end of this game at a very precise level. This is something that we can't wait to see from NA when we finally level up to that spot, and we're excited to see if NA can get that far. So that's that. GenG looking real good, moves up to 12-1, matching T1, keeping stride with T1, and looking to get their revenge in the 2nd round robin. What's up, Turbo? How you doing? Peanut got gapped in both games. Well, the first game was very interesting, right, with the rotations. Let's see if we can pull that up. Right, because this was the game where we had, this was beautiful to watch, actually. We had a top to bottom clear with a raptor clear. And top to bottom can be used to punish raptor clear, because you go top to bottom, you recall off of 6 camps. And this is what the Sejuani does. Goes for a little bit of a forward press. No, this is too late. Go back just a little bit. Yes, here we go. So top to bottom, taking his camps here, recalling after 5 to say, you know what, I'm very strong here. I see that Zach's going to make an aggressive play. I can't make it over in time, and they're making this play. But I get the information that Zach came over with blue buff and 4 camps, which means I know that it's Raptors into these 4. So he can play around this Raptor respawn coming at 355. He's saying, I can go up on the other side of the map, take for these camps, and it's succinct with Jax. Sorry, you can't see me this at all. I need to go to here. This is succinct with the play from Jax. Jax is looking to proxy while Sejuani's looking to get in their face. And this is an ideal moment to move together to try to take the maximum out. Right, Zach stays down here for this protracted play. You get this late ward. You're combining this vision to try to work with the respawns. And as a Sejuani, I'm actually surprised that they spent any amount of time pathing towards bot again here. This actually feels wrong. Where did we miss out? Did we just skip ahead too far? Yeah, no, there we go. Okay. So yeah, the Zach play on, was it Zach on bottom? Yeah, it must have already happened. Zach play on bottom, Jax proxies while Sejuani takes these camps, and now you're stuck in a 2v1 situation. They could try to rotate over for this, moving Cassante as well, but they're saying no, like I'm lower on resources, Jax is just a stronger champion, and since he got the proxy off, it means that I'm down half a wave anyways. And they get muscled out, and this is a really good reaction, saying, okay, I took this, you take that, I'm going to take this, I'm going to get a flash immediately and immediately play for bot lane pressure. This was like a fascinating back and forth, right? It's just like jabs and parries and punches. Like everything about this was solid early patterns, but Canyon ended up getting the best, and this is going to be the big one that they wonder about. They're going to go reflect on this situation. What do we do here? What do you think? Hashtag strat chat. We'll leave it in the comments. What is the right play here? If you're a red team, you've got Lucian coming back from base. He already shopped. Zeri and Lulu are trying to push, but they're a little bit delayed. You can see from the state of the wave that they're actually going to be stuck here for a little bit with no potions and no swords. So Lucian's going to be strong. So in a way, Zach either has to stay here longer and help them get this push so that they can go and get their good recall, or you're coming back with the idea being that maybe we rotate people, right? They could have actually accepted this lane the way it was, step back, pretend like you're recalling, actually move to mid lane, pick up the wave, and then have Tristana come over. That way, the most you're giving up, if the opponents know what your plan is, the most you're giving up is that they walk out of here and Lucian goes and grabs a plate and a wave. If they don't know, then Tristana might get matched by Talia, and then you might get a 5v3 in your own quadrant of the jungle, which would be absolutely fantastic. Or they're wise to it. Talia steps back, continues to push, trades the wave, Lucian comes up, and they try to evac the Sejuani and the Jax. And that seems like it's the best play available, right? So from this position, we go back just a moment. Zach can either help them to recall, but he doesn't. So now the play needs to be continue pushing. I'm going to go contest Northern Quadrant. Cassante's picking up the wave. It's stacked waves right here coming in. He's saying, I want to stick to these waves. I don't really want to play for an answer here. But this, right now, this is the laners gapping Peanut. This is not Peanut getting gapped by Canyon. Even though Canyon, I think, is the best jungler in the world. This right here is laner diff, right? If the laners come up with the right solution, then there is a play to stop this invade. They just didn't find it. Right, and you could even go into a lane swap from there, right? You could go for those two, fight for the Void Grub spawn at 5 minutes. This is something we've spoken about. There are ways to manipulate the waves for yourself, especially when you're talking about that 5-minute wave. Your top laner, after collecting the 5-minute wave, can go down bottom, and he will hit 6 off of that cannon wave. And when you hit 6 off of that, then you can combat against 2 level 4s, right? Nami and Lucian are level 3 right now. They're going to be 4 in a minute. You as a 6 can play against those guys and be happy. You're solid, right? Tristana too. Tristana maybe even more, might even have kill pressure. There's definitely lane matchups where you can find kill pressure as a 6 versus 4 and as a 7 versus 5. But instead, they just glued themselves to their lane. And you can kind of see why, right? The goal is let's just scale. We've got Tristana, Zeri, Cassante, Lulu. We're going to scale. So let's just like play and scale. But that is, you cannot play a reactive game with a just scale game plan because you can be exploited. And Sejuani was allowed to do it. You need to be able to come up with a better answer. And right here, rotating people over and actually trying to trap the 2 people stuck in the jungle. Best case scenario is a blowout. Worst case scenario, you give one wave and 1 plate to Lucian, and you compare that to what did I end up giving? How much do I end up giving in this situation? How much can I get back? It'd be an interesting thought analysis, but it's very close and it's definitely worth investigating. You might say, hey, the resources on Zeri are never worth giving up, but you're not really giving up anything on Zeri. And giving any resources to Lucian, you're actually denying them from Jax because now Jax needs to go into full evacuation mode. So it's very interesting to see from that point of view. All right, we're going to take a little break. It's been a couple hours. I appreciate you guys hanging out. We're going to be continuing the Vastayan Epic, the journeys on Rakan, and continue to implement our smart goals. We're going to start pressing the limits now. All right, we've brought it back down to the shell of what we're comfortable doing, and now we're going to start squeezing it up to try to get the maximum and see if we can push to that limit to exert the maximum amount of pressure. That'll be back up next. All right, see you soon. Peace.
Fireflies, a million little pieces, feeds the dying light, and brings me back to life. In your eyes, I see something to believe
And real quick, all right, if you want to look like this, then make sure that you're taking a little break for your body, for your mind. Stretch your eyes, stretch your body. Take a little bit of time for yourself. Invest in yourself right now. We've been sitting down for a while. Make sure that you're stretching your body out and getting yourself that time that your body needs, right, to reset. All right, I'll be back.
So alive. touch and I ignite. I feel the heat as we collide, like a fever that feels alright. So baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. 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 Fireflies, a million little pieces, feeds the dying light and brings me back to life. In your eyes, I see something to believe in. Your hands are like a flame, your palms are sweet as pain. Let the darkness lead us into the light. Let our dreams get lost, feel the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite, like a starship speeding into the night. You and I get lost in the infinite lights. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. So alive, your touch is like a daylight, burning on my skin. It turns me on again. You and I, survivors of the same kind, but we're the only ones dancing on the sun. Let the darkness lead us into the light. Let our dreams get lost, feel the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite, like a starship speeding into the night. You and I get lost in the infinite lights. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite.
Diamonds are forever, but all we need is just tonight. A monumental tremors that can freeze the speed of light. Just like particles that's falling from heaven, all over the stars. Hear you calling for me. Hear you calling me home from
Let the darkness lead us into the light. Let our dreams get lost, feel the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. I feel the heat as we collide, like a fever that feels alright. So baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. 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 temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. Like a starship speeding into the night. You and I get lost in the infinite light. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite.
Diamonds are forever, but all we need is just a line. A monumental tremors that can freeze the speed of light. Just like particles that's falling from heaven, all over the stars. Hear you calling for me. Hear you calling me on the phone.
Let the darkness lead us into the light. Let our dreams get lost, feel the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful light. One touch and I ignite. I feel the heat as we collide, like a fever that feels so right. So baby, tell me one more beautiful light. One touch and I ignite. 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 Fireflies, a million little pieces, feeds the dying light and brings me back to life. In your eyes, I see something to believe in. Your hands are like a flame, your palms are sweet as pain. Let the darkness lead us into the light. Let our dreams get lost, feel the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. Like a starship speeding into the night. You and I get lost in the infinite light. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. So alive, your touch is like a daylight, burning on my skin. It turns me on again. You and I, survivors of the same kind, but we're the only ones dancing on the sun. Let the darkness lead us into the light. Let our dreams get lost, feel the temperature rise. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. Like a starship speeding into the night. You and I get lost in the infinite light. Baby, tell me one more beautiful lie. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite. One touch and I ignite.
Diamonds
All right, welcome back. Hopefully you guys had a good rest. It is so important. Take a break, get away, stand up, get off of the computer. If you live in a busy place like a city, try to get to the top of your apartment building, whatever it is, and find some time for yourself to stretch out your eyes, stretch out your body, and really put yourself into a position where your body will feel good. It'll reward you. It'll treat your mind better. You'll be feeling better. It'll relieve stress. So when you do come into this competitive environment like League of Legends, you'll be better suited to adapt to the tough spots. So, speaking of which, we're going to update the progression that we're doing. Again, all week, we're doing motivation goals. So motivation is one of the lessons. We have 8 different lessons set along different competitive high performance aspects. The one that we've been focusing is on the SMART goals of motivation, right? Specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound goals. And up until now, the plan has been to reduce the amount of aggressive actions in lane as Rakan over my best of 3s down to 0. We've accomplished that. We had some games where we walked out of lane phase saying like, yeah, that's as little as I could give up. Now, the question is, can I take more? And so today, what we're going to try to do is adjust this plan, still take 0 aggressive actions while we might be threatened, what we're going to do is say, in any situation where we might be ahead, put pressure onto our opponents. So that means either our jungler is close, or last known information is their jungler is a little bit further apart. So we're going to take these 50-50s or 45-55s in the case of Rakan, where he's probably a little bit disadvantaged in these trades. And anytime our jungler is nearby, or anytime that we know that their jungler is far away, that's enough information. That's enough for us to go off of, because whether or not they feel strong, they should know. And this is much more valuable once you get into skilled and elite brackets of play. They should be paying attention to their jungler as well. And if their jungler is topside, then any aggressive movement by us should result in a step back from them. So can we create some momentum by stepping forward at moments where we have positional advantage? It's sort of like in a poker game, when the under the gun player raises and the button calls, or the big blind calls, and the flop comes out 6-8-9 with 2 diamonds and a spade, and you're like, that slams the range of the caller. The caller can be calling with a lesser hand, right? Those pocket pairs, suited connectors, they might be playing those sort of hands, and that flop that came out heavily favors them. Whereas the player who is under the gun raising, they're probably ace king, ace queen, 9 pocket 9s and higher. So that hand, that flop that I just talked about, the only one that hits is the pocket 9s getting 3 of a kind. Apart from that, they're only looking at having an overpair and trying to base on that. So we have chances at trips, flushes, full houses that are all, and straights that are, well, not full houses, but straights, flushes, and 3 of a kinds, whereas they only have 1 3 of a kind and some overpairs. So we hold the positional advantage, and on that flop we can be aggressive even though we don't have that hand. We can represent that hand. So we're going to try to do that today. The example that we had was Kaisa during laning phase. I want to avoid the play. I want to avoid dying. For Turbo, this was making sure that I am surviving through early lane phase, and then my goal is in mid-game team fights to always position myself so that I'm on the other side of the tank. Not just away from the threat, but just have someone between me and the threat. And coming up with those goals. Now, here's the next step. Setting goals that are achievable, that have good outcomes, can help sustain your motivation, right? This is going to allow you to focus on something that makes you want to play. Let me see if I can do this one aspect of the game better. And if you do it, the first time, you're just exposed to it. The second time, you're exposed to it and you're thinking about it and you're trying to start leaning it into your games. The next time you're saying, all right, I'm pretty good at this. Now I'm finding the times where I don't do it. And then the fourth iteration is, I've got this, right? I can do it. I feel like I did the whole thing. Now, amateurs will practice until they get it right. Pros will practice until they can't get it wrong. So if you're really trying to get good, then it's taking that same skill and saying, I'm going to do it again. And I'm going to do it again. And saying, I want to own this one aspect of my game, that I am never letting them come up with any freebies on me based on this correctable mistake. And by owning that, then it becomes part of the gravitas of your gameplay and of your psyche and of your high performance achieving. So that's what we're trying to get into today. So we'll try to unleash our Rakan, try to press up a little bit more. As always, we're going to do a little bit of a warm-up. Also, something that we noticed is that we were missing some items from our blocks here, because the sorter did not want to give it to us in whatever sequence. So Knight's Vow being one of them. I don't think I need to put these here because those will show up on the side thing anyways. We can go here, and I think the other one is Locket. Locket also just kind of a stat stick, mostly for counter engaging, but totally fine in these situations. Usually in counter engage situations, we're probably going to do some combination of Trailblazer, Frozen Heart, you know, these tankier items, but Locket is totally a reasonable solution as well. And we'll see whether or not we come up with one of those in our games. All right, so that is saved. The item set is saved. Thank you. Turbo wishing good luck. I appreciate it. What skin should I play today? We've got Arcane with multiple chromas. We've got Star Guardian with multiple chromas. We've got the Star SSG, and we've got Sweetheart. It's no longer February, but I do like the colors on Sweetheart best. Also, when I have voice lines on, which is not always, in fact, it's rarely, but when I have voice lines on, I have to turn off Star Guardian. I don't vibe with the evil shit. It just doesn't work for me. Alright, let's get a couple different combinations here. We don't need minions. Do this. You know what? Let's go higher level. So we got level 11. So we can have this. Ranked up. What are we going to go this time? We've go item sets. Shirley is just so good. I feel bad anytime I don't have it. Let's go like this. All right. So we have a couple different combinations. We can go ER. From here, this is our fight as we see it. Normally, we're walking up to the fight R. Okay. That's one frame.
Minions have spawned.
That would be good enough. That would probably lock everybody up. That's too much overlapped on the W. Got the auto attacking in between as well. That's really good. All right. This is something you don't see it often, but that is what LCS players are doing on stage. When they get up, they set up their computer, they make sure that they get some time, they warm up their fingers. The arena is set for the audience to be comfortable, not for the players. So sometimes it can be a little bit uncomfortable. It's very important to get your fingers in the right place. So they'll set up for themselves. They also want to make sure that their whole setup is good, right? You'll see some of these players, especially the Chinese and Korean players, they'll come out there with a little 6-inch ruler and they're going to get their setup exactly right. They move their chair to the exact height. They don't want anything to be different, because even the slightest thing of like having to tilt your arms slightly to get to the right position will cause a change in your gameplay, right? You want to be locked in, you want to be doing everything at the highest level possible, and that means no distractions at all. You don't want to have anything deviating from there. Let's take a peek at this right here, how the patch has been shaping out. We'll see what we match up. So we'll go over the little summary. Lane Jarvan is the one that we expected to get the biggest benefit out of this, and this is what is holding true. Lane Jarvan is going up. Kayn, as always, is such a popular champion that anytime he's buffed, his win rate will go down, and that's just because more people want to play him. So make no mistake about it, though. This was a buff. The champion is doing better. It does possibly indicate that red Kayn is just still worse than blue Kayn, and people maybe are swapping into red Kayn and just winning less often. That is definitely something worth considering. They're doing one-on-ones before the games now because the draft is pre-game and not on stage. Yeah, and especially in this world where they might have to defend against DDoS attacks, they are willing to do more of the stuff pre-game or pre-recorded or whatever it is. But yeah, that makes sense. Doing pre-game one-on-ones makes a ton of sense. And why make the players sit through a draft, right? Pre-record the draft and then have that plan. Give the teams 2 minutes to talk about it, and then go up, boom, play, right? Like that would be much better. In this case, you'd have them set up and make sure that they are completely comfortable on stage, you warm up, boom, you give them a 90-second, here's what our ideologies are going to be for the game, and then boom, get into action. You don't want to have to slow them down and make them sit there through an 8-minute draft process. We have a mid lane Nunu. We have a fantastic set of synergies for Rakan, but we are a very low composition, a very low range team, which means Zeke's Herald is almost definite going to be part of our protocol here. We'll invite everybody to join in. But that's good. I didn't realize that they were actually doing 1v1s there. That makes sense. Some players don't like it because the other team can play a 1v1 matchup before the game if you choose a unique champ. Oh, that's fascinating. I didn't realize that they were actually doing it at that level. But you know what? Even if they got the slightest refresher on what that would look like, that is going to make for a better product. It's going to make for a better show. You want players playing well. You don't want them gapped because they don't know something, but at the same time, you'd like to say, hey, if we came up with an advantage in the draft with something that they're not aware of, we would like to know it. And especially if you have a lane swap, right? So for example, you see some flexible lanes top and mid in pro games that 21 seconds left, right? At 20, it locks in. So at 21 seconds left, they might swap. And they might move the Twisted Fate and the... What was the one that we saw the other day? Twisted Fate... I want to remember who the other champion was. But they were basically trying to get Twisted Fate out of the Yasuo matchup. And I'm trying to remember what the rest... This was in the LEC finals, the Winter Split finals. Ended up maybe being a little bit too much. All right, we'll start thinking about this game. Tahm Kench Misfortune. They have very little way to stop us, but their fighting is insane. Vayne will counter the Tahm Kench, so there is no pressure to get things done right now. I should have been looking at that, but that's okay. Veigar versus Nunu. Nunu's going to push in and get plenty of ganks off. That should be very good for our Vayne win condition. Vayne also shreds through Rammus, especially once she has the Terminus Bork Rageblade combination together, so she'll be good. Hecarim. Let's see, we've got a pushing Darius, a pushing Nunu, and a passive bot lane. So definitely Hecarim's going to have some advantages pushing in through the top quadrant. Should be able to steal some camps from Rammus. We'll see what we get. Now, Tahm Kench Misfortune has the pushing advantage and the fighting advantage, so we basically have to give everything to them. This is the sort of situation where it's okay to leash. Generally, leashing gives up way too much, but in this case, we'll be okay with this. If Hecarim wants it, Hecarim will often start at Raptors, but so does Rammus, so we'll see what we end up getting for it. These guys went no consumables. All right, so they've got a plan. They're probably duo together, and they're probably trying to make some sort of plan together. Nunu can clear the first wave very, very easily. They're going right now. They're trying to trap these guys. They should probably ping to us. Wait, no, they're just hinting. Okay, they're doing this to execute. I wish they would let us know what the plan was. We can just get away from that. We don't need to take anything here. I'm going to go pull the wave since we see Tahm Kench. I'm going to try to use this to our benefit. Hopefully they're not just chain running it down, but they might be. That would suck. Alright, well, you know what? This might be a play. They might try to find something, but they don't have the boots active. Alright, no, they're just hinting. Okay, we can... Darius is just waiting in base, like, screw these guys. guy's limit testing. I appreciate him. Can't use A-click when you're going into a bush like this, though. Ekram's going to collect some shutdowns. I mean, if they wanted to do this and they said, hey, we've got a wild strategy, you got to communicate this. There's no way. Yeah, right, it happens. Is that you, Darius? Super Caddy Gaming? Talking on Twitch? Hi, what's up, man? It's unlucky. That was me on Tuesday. There were Giga. Let's see. I'll invite everyone over.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
All we can do is laugh at them. Have a little dance party. Hold on, we'll zoom in. Our comp was good, yeah. Yeah, we would have had a solid fight. I mean, it is really low range, which would have been kind of scary against someone like Veigar or Misfortune. Even Rammus and Jax are going to take advantage of that, but... yeah, this is... I don't know why. I don't know why they feel the need to it. Hopefully they join in, because if they join in, what we can talk about is ways to deal with your stress, right? And this will be a perfect time to... oh, AFK warning? I guess I need to move around. Maybe we even have to farm a bit. We probably win, you know? Like, maybe we just, like, slingshot the gold right now. I guess we just, like, stand here. Enemy team's not moving together. Once you invite them to open fort and they don't push, that means that they're not going to take it. So, might as well just play. Let's see what happens. It's too bad. So, anyways, controlling your competitive stress. It's our most popular video by a mile. It is something that you should absolutely check out. And maybe in this game, maybe the right plan was just continue playing, and obviously, you know, competing's not in the realm of possibilities now, but it might have been fun to try to win despite them, but two people on a unique course for doing it, that's tough. But controlling your competitive stress. If you're in a tough spot and you feel like you need to take advantage, usually people who are doing this are doing it because they want to wrest control in a situation where they previously had none, and they feel like things aren't in their control, and therefore they go and they try to take control on their own mechanisms, and they use that as a way to justify, like, okay, I am in control of things, like, this is me. It's not because I'm not good enough, it's because I gave up, right? And these red button responses are bad for burnout, they're bad for your competitive anxiety, they're bad for your performance, it makes people not like you, and it definitely makes teams play worse, right? And all of these things, as someone who's trying to climb, you obviously don't want these. So instead of pressing these red button responses, you can press the blue button, which is found at the bottom of a deep breath. You take that deep breath. You guys are welcome to do it with me. This is probably a good time to do it. 4 seconds in, we're going to hold for 4, out for 4, and hold for 4. We take it in, hold, and then we release. And hold. This guy's got the moves. He doesn't have an ult though. Why not auto attack? Not enough. Potion diff. They weren't able to get that though. That's really disappointing. That's too bad. By denying oxygen to your brain at the moment where it's trying to overload yourself with cortisol, that's when you can actually create a sort of vacuum for positive enzymes, positive hormones to get back into your brain. Cortisol is going to take over. It's basically fight or flight. Like, now we're panicked, we're trying to do something. Everything needs to be about the now. It is a state of mind that is very difficult to maintain over long periods of time. And usually people that get to that state, there's just a lot of stress going on, right? And unresolved stress. It's just building and building and building, and when it builds like that, it becomes eventually a huge detractor for you. I'm dead. Not dead. X9 Nunu inting. That's clever, guys. I don't know what the, like, what do they expect to get out of this is the big question. What's the big payoff here? I don't know what the payoff. So they must feel good about doing it, right? Otherwise they wouldn't do it. The only reason you do this is because you think it makes you feel good. So I'm curious what they think they're getting out of this. And comparing it to other tools, like for example on this channel, we'll give you many other ways to resolve your stress. And I think everyone will agree. Here, we'll just dance with this guy. He's out. He's not trusting. He's running out. Oh, there goes Heckram. No, he's good. He's like, no, I want to turbo in to do this. So compared to the alternatives, like what other things could you maybe be doing? Make a play, warm up my hands. Try to give the Vayne a chance to rise and shine. Nope, not happening. Yep, practice your dance moves. Whoopsies. Oh, we tried to move in order of the animation. We're just not fast enough. We can duo? Alright, let me... Now might be a good time to duo. I think this game is just about done. Jax is going to get this the rest of the way in. Practice my last hitting on Rakan. Maybe I can taunt this guy in. Wait, I just pressed the E. I fat fingered my E. Can't even fat finger. I have dainty fingers, but... that is someone who did not grow up with a computer trying to press buttons. Hit me. Hit me. She hit me. Easy. Ugh, it's too bad. It's okay. We can't control them. We can just control us. How do we react to it?
Ally has been slain. A summoner has disconnected.
I don't know what it is, but we're gonna put him with the harshest we can find.
An enemy is legendary. Enemy double kill.
What do you guys think? How do we solve? I've actually not had this in a long time. A very, very, very long time. I can't remember the last time it happened. I've had one person be convinced with like running it down, but they run it down in a situation where something else already happened. Like these guys came into this game, they queued just to do this. And their duo, right, they obviously did it together. They bought Boots and Predator together. Run him in. No, I'm done. Oh my gosh. And like people might say League is a toxic community. It's just like, no, it doesn't need to be. It's people who do toxic things that make it toxic. And it should never justify your own reactions, your own moves should never be dictated by someone else saying that the game is toxic. Let's try to dance around Veigar. Close one. Anyways, it's unlucky. It is what it is. Loss mitigated. Thank you. I'm gonna get up and stretch, just make sure that I get my body some moments to just relax after that. We don't want to judge someone. We want to be curious. We want to find out, like, why do they feel the need? Some people can hack it, some people can't. Why can't they? Why do they need to try to control things like this? Who is Leo DeFishy? Turbo just finished the game. We can do it if you want. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I jumped into the streaming channel on Discord. You're welcome to join. Ready? This is ranked. Heads up. Yeah. Yep, this is ranked. I won't be talking about setting goals for yourself in the middle of a ranked game.
Wanted to make sure you knew.
Yeah, right? Now we're good. I think that was yesterday just because I had started the ranked and then meant to come out and swap it, and I must have just missed.
Right.
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. It's a nice little break in the day.
Yeah.
We're a bunch of meetings.
How the meeting's going?
It's good, man. Keep me busy. Keep me honest.
What do you do?
I'm in sales. I'm in tech sales.
Tech sales, that's right.
Yeah.
I'm taking a peek at the residual changes to the patch yesterday, right? They like slaughtered some of these champions. Twisted Fate, Maokai, and Nidalee. Like when they hit move speed on a champion, that is, oh, man, it feels so bad.
I was upset by the Sivir quote unquote buff, just adding 4 armor. I was like, I love playing Sivir, but that doesn't make her playable at all. Still, in my opinion. And I think the Senna changes are she's still OP.
Yeah, she's still really strong. She's still real strong. But that, you know, 10%'s a big amount, right? That's usually enough to.
Karma. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, Ari Karma we're not touched, so they're still going to be insanely good. And it's always interesting how the changes, how they have ancillary benefits, like the types of characters that get buffed, what it means for everybody else, right? So tanks got a huge buff with Heartsteel, and Heartsteel is still very difficult to be playable. You need to have a kit that already has the utility. So that's why I like Shen, even though mathematically it feels really good on Shen because you've got so much HP scaling, he just kind of gets stuck in this rut of not being able to control a fight enough. And so it's basically only best when you can stick and like fight with another tanky-ish guy in the side lane and you kind of handshake, like let's both stack our Heartsteals and get really big. If you try to do it with anything else, then they tend to just run over your teammates a little bit too much, right? Not having access to the other tools and especially the wave clear. On Twitch, Elf TMG, what's up? How you doing? We got a Smolder, who they tried to nerf, but they actually buffed. That one was hilarious to me.
Well, they took down the W initial damage, but added more to the end bubble, right?
Yeah, that was last patch. So this one they took away the 6.5% max health damage at the 225 stacks, and they instead gave him 2 dragon patience or dragon practice, whatever it's called, scaling abilities. And so it was just a net buff. They wanted to move it more towards the quote-unquote endgame fantasy of fire-breathing dragon. A little fledgling grows up, and they did, and it just made it stronger. So it's kind of bizarre, right? I think it's listed here. Yeah, they put it as adjusted, but it's just not. And this, people are still not even playing this champion right. Like this is going to be 60% win rate if it's left alone.
What is the Cerulean support? Italy support?
Could be
Jarvan
Jarvan.
support, actually, I think. I think this might be a lethal tempo game instead of fleet.
Yeah, enough of low range champions. I don't think you're gonna have to kite. We're gonna want to play for all ins. Lethal tempo is
Yeah.
gonna be stronger.
And I think I go heal.
I'd say equal chances. I'd put Jarvan equal to Nidalee and Asol combined. Jarvan is actually a playable support.
Jarvan with Summonary.
Yep, there we go. Oh, he's going to electrocute though. I think that's a huge mistake.
Oh.
So he's got extra stats though, and his Q's on a shorter cooldown. So he is going to try to get some fights for us, and ideally I'm just going to, if he engages, I should be able to just skip him and go on to Smolder. But Smolder might be able to kite away, so I don't know. What do you think? Who do you want to go on, Smolder or Jarvan?
I mean, I think Jarvan's gonna want to go on us, and I think if we at least play Recon, if you shield and then W Smolder, I can just auto Smolder the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
That Jarvan is autoing me, and I just have to be wary. Maybe I'll just, like, if he jumps on me, I'll trap myself and auto Smolder, something like that.
Okay.
At least that's my initial thoughts.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. You're right, because you're going to try to stay in range of the fight. I'll try to get in the middle of it, and I should be able to get some good Qs off.
My monitor turned off. Suck.
Your monitor did?
Yeah. Okay. I'm back.
Okay,
That was
you're
the
back.
worst possible space.
Yeah, right. Jeez.
It wasn't even in a bush. Bad click. Why is it doing
Gragas is exceptionally strong into Tryndamere. Shyvana is going to outcarry and outscale Nidalee, but Nidalee's going to romp through the jungle on her. Asol's stacking, but we have basically winning lanes everywhere. We're going to be we should be okay. And they don't have much catch potential, right? It's basically Tryndamere running at you and Jarvan trying to trap. I guess Nidalee if she hits an errant spear. So it's again one of those games where we'll just keep you alive, right? Try to stay on the edge of the fight. We can go get
Radial kiting.
Radial kiting, you got it. Have you gotten chances to play with that? Trying to put it in?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun to play with Twitch just because, like, if you spam R and you kind of kite around, his range is already long.
Mm-hmm.
I had some good Twitch games. I'm basically like playing Twitch and Galen at this point.
Okay.
And it just depends on the matchup. Like if I want to abuse range, like I am here, I'll play Kate.
I'm just priming these for you. Oop, didn't mean to take that.
Push for crit for headshot.
We're actually much stronger here because Jarvan doesn't have a level 1. He's just going to try to poke.
Does he have E or does he have...
We don't know yet. I'm sorry, I'm trying to set these up for you.
No, you're good. That was my bad. I went E second, by the way.
Okay. Alright, then I'll just wait for counter engages in the future then. You have a ward. Oh, the ward's done. I'm just gonna play back here so we have vision.
He stopped my E.
We're good.
Flashes though?
Just go Jarvan.
Oh boy. Smolder flash. Jarvan flash ignite, Smolder flash ghost. All sums. Yeah, I was too far up for the initial Jarvan.
Okay, no problem.
Warning. Initial Jarvan EQ. And I E'd like during his animation, and I guess that just knocks me up anyway.
Yeah, you have to do it basically immediately. It's it's that awkward moment where if you do it right as it's hitting you, then it's the worst case scenario where it goes on cooldown, but it doesn't do anything for you. Shyvana's actually going to get a really big play here. Did we actually ping this for them? I guess you did. Yeah, you did.
Yeah. wish I went trap second, I guess. I guess didn't matter.
Alright, how'd you die there? You're good. They're coming back. They're gonna have staggered resets. Draven's coming first. Try to break this wave for the base soul. Luckily this guy's pushing. He's gonna waste all of his resources and then he's gonna hold the wave.
I don't know where Darv is.
Okay.
He's not here. I'm in the back, actually.
Okay, hit Shyvana, please. Yeah, just getting a little spike for yourself is good. Alright, now Ahri has a completely dominant lane state for herself. This is going to be coming to us. This will be really good. Shyvana will be able to do whatever she wants.
Jarvan longsword.
Yep, okay. So he's not going the AP build. He's going to go probably like Spear of Shojin, Sundered Sky sort of things.
Sundered Skies. The item is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm just gonna have to play up deep autos here. Crash.
I think we want it to crash. We want it to come back so we can play offense. We need a turn. I don't think they're going to stop pushing at all either. Every time that Smolder casts a spell, we can try to get a little bit of damage on him.
Okay. If I trap anywhere along the Q, like the EQ, from J4, does he get trapped? Because that would be like the exact wonder. Like,
I don't know
he
how it behaves.
drags.
I don't know how it behaves, actually.
So I'm just trapping in front of these bushes because I don't know.
I think you're better off trying to get it in there so we get that little bit of vision when you cast it too. What's your maximum right now on the traps?
3. Actually don't know. 2? At once? I maxed it. Ooh.
We're good. Now we can play up.
Leading.
Alright, we're gonna let them push up. Shyvana's gonna get an angle for them, and I'm gonna jump in.
She's on vision.
Oh. Go. What are you doing? No. Ooh. Alright, she's moving away from her heals. You're good. Ahri's here.
Just go.
It's not a great sign. Alright, we can shove this.
Where is Natalie? She's on me. Flashing at me.
We're good. I still have, sorry, I couldn't get that shield to you. I should have done that. Nice poke. Alright, we're good. We're very strong here.
Just gonna get.
Yep.
I don't have sums here.
Bullshit. I'm sorry.
You're good. Try and get this in. Just care if Smolder's gonna get ult in a couple minions.
Got him. This thing's down.
Oh, there's an ASOL on me.
How did he live?
There was
Lead
an
footwork
ASOL
proc?
on my face.
Yeah. That's another spot where we can go forward, right? Like continue the fight and then come back around.
Well, I was literally on him.
Yeah.
Like you trapped. That's why I trapped here, and I was right clicking Smolder, and then the Asol just flew over the wall like here and one-shot me. I barely saw him.
Dragon combo. Insult is big. Ari's getting.
Or no Asol. Yeah, it is Sundered Sky. Pretty sure.
Alright, we'll still scale. They're gonna be tough to beat later though. Driving 6, careful. You're pretty good against him though. Yeah, rotate mid. We can't. Yeah, let's rotate mid. We're gonna give them this. They're very strong against us right now, and we can go influence this fight potentially.
Ari, get him, please.
An ally has been slain.
Gonna get
They
nothing
just push
here.
him in.
Yeah, just push that in.
Still losing plates.
Okay, we weren't gonna be able to stop it. We're gonna take plates here too.
They're gonna make it a tower.
That's, you know what, that'd actually be good for us. That'd put it too deep too fast, and then they might screw up their rotations afterwards.
They don't get it. Okay, Ari covered bot.
Yeah, so let's shove this, and then we'll shop it and go back. Italy's on our left.
Yep. I shove one more.
Yeah, can you? We're full health, we're good.
Yeah, I can.
Gragas threw an all he didn't really need to. It's okay though.
Okay, let's go.
Ally has been slain.
Now do we go bot? Or do we still go back mid? I think I go bot now.
Mm-hmm.
Your turret has been destroyed.
How many
Can try
stacks
to-
does this guy have? 71.
Yeah, he's huge. I'm just trying to give you a little bit of protection right now, and I'm gonna play to the other side. You know how to freeze?
Yeah, of course I didn't freeze there, but just should have frozen. Just gonna last hit.
Yeah, just last hits. It might be a little bit cursed up there. You might have to push.
Where's Smolder, I guess? I'm just gonna push this.
Smolder should show up top, and they should be trying to take this down.
He's mid, he's mid, he's mid. I'm just gonna push. Oh, Asol's bot. Asol's bot.
Alright. Should not have a spell right now. What's going on here? She used her ult. Okay.
Holy fudge.
Wants to go on the Asol. We don't have mid prio. That seems like a losing
Should have
bet.
killed. I should have killed Nidalee there. I just didn't want to flash for it. But I had to flash defensively anyway. Nice.
Going Ari. Keep going Ari. Keep going Ari.
Sorry, just did still.
Auto attacking.
We'll take that. We'll
Yep.
die for that. Right,
If
go
you're
here, back.
listening in chat, Ari, I would mute the stream because everything on stream's gonna come through a little bit too late, and it might be distracting. I have a feeling that that's her. She's got an elf-like name. Alright, you're actually doing okay farm-wise. We haven't dropped our mid lane turret, so we're gonna be able to use this as a pivot point. You outrange Smolder, so you can try to trade autos with him, as long as we avoid that.
Right.
See if we bait. It's not gonna be enough. I don't think we've got it. Maybe she's got Ghost going on. Maybe she does get this. She can get both though.
Sorry, Dad.
It's a really bad matchup for her. Thank you. Gotta grab that red. After you kill.
Herald. No, I don't want to go that. Scary over there.
Red's fine. The Herald's scary, but the red's fine. This guy's got double item spikes. This is gonna be a scary Smolder. Eight. J4?
Yep, too far. Done.
Can you swing by top and pick that up?
You want me to?
Your turret
I think Ship's got it. If says
It depends what you mean by got it.
has been slain.
Yeah, we don't want to give up. Yeah, it was good. It was okay before, and then we don't want to give this up to Smolder. Now they actually unlock the whole map.
Chip, what do you want? Gragas?
We might find a play on Smolder. If we can get a pick on Smolder, that'd be worth. Okay. Not sure what he wants there. I think that guy gave up, which means that we're probably safe to get out. Yeah, we engage this. I just fucked up.
Oh my goodness. There's no way. Use flash, ult, ignite, everything. Smolder's probably on the way as well.
It's good for us. We would like to take as much of a coin flip as possible here. Coin flips actually give us a chance back in. That was really bizarre by them. Giving up Dragon to get those was fantastic for us.
Smolder 168.
Yeah, they actually slowed down a lot. Maybe trying to pick a couple too many fights. Just running away from our ASOL. As long as we don't lose Baron, we should be able to hold this team off for a long time, and then maybe try to find something out. 3 people top. Try to swing this. Teleporting, that's rough. Oh, Gragas teleporting, never mind, we're good. Try to put this guy down.
Don't die, Gragas. They're going Baron.
Oh, we're too far away. They can get Baron.
A little bit early. Why are you missing pinging me?
Yeah, we can mute the Gragas on the... Shyvana. The rotation bot's almost always going to be in trouble though, right?
Yeah.
Baron's too important. But at this point, like, I think we're losing. We need to be able to trade and take whatever, like, small bits we can get.
They got really?
Wow, how'd they get over there?
He EQ'd over this wall.
Okay.
Can't even move.
Maybe I can go engage this? Alright, this is our engage
EQ
chance.
flashed.
Far through one.
Smolder flashed at least.
Yep, and we got a kill on Italy. We got to pick on Tryndamere potentially here as well. He needs to run now. Alright, he's too late. He's trading his life for a turret. That's bad for him. We bought enough time for the cavalry.
You have slain an enemy. An ally has been slain.
Up to you. What do you want to do?
I always stay in it. Just cause. He just goes on. Oh my
That guy's huge.
goodness. Yeah. So
No offense.
Me for Smolder, I'll take that all day, honestly.
Yeah, right.
We get drag now, actually.
30 seconds. Smolder respawning. He's gonna be able to run straight back out here. I might be able to trap them. You know, we might be able to set a pick or something like here. It's been a while since we've been on their half of the map, so they might walk into something. But we need to play for a pick right now. Like,
We gotta stop mid. Ooh, they're playing for a pick.
they're just pushing. Let me get through the waves. Sit again. Alright, they're gonna come over here and we're gonna win this fight. Because Smolder's not here. And we're gonna absolutely just crush this in 10 seconds. Just let them out, be very safe about it. We need to call the Ahri over. She needs to not show. Alright, so here we go. We need to make one committal play and then we're good. Can you get traps anywhere? There we go. We're in.
I just get zoned out. Tryndamere flash eat on me. Eat on me.
Yeah, it was our prerogative to take and win a fight. We needed to have people in position right then and there. And if maybe we bring Ahri over, right? She's not doing anything in this area. This is a pressure zone. They can just collect this wave while, like, they can threaten her off just by walking through here, and then she's completely zoned out of the fight, and now she doesn't get to do anything. I think that it was just someone that's less experienced on the champion. But, you know, it is still platinum. There's people that are going to make mistakes. You know, you can always play for something like that. He has E-Flash. He didn't even try. That's too bad. Get ready to fight the soul. Just start fighting him. We're good. He's zoned. Locked up. All you. Good job.
Shyvana takes that. 1 and 8, by the way. Shyvana takes that.
Your inhibitor
You know, she's got 3 items. I don't mind her trying to carry from here.
Yeah, she's gonna have it.
Okay.
Oh, here comes Tryndamere. Really show here with I need here. I guess stays mod. Jungle.
Alright, they're on the Baron right now. They don't know I'm here. 4 seconds on this, and we've got Shurelias. We need Gragas. Smolder. They were better. No big deal.
Yeah, I got absolutely gapped.
That first engage was tough, right? When they got it was basically right on the edge of the EQ and then the sustain. Then we went different directions too. So
Yeah, I mean,
like that.
I just got caught. It was just like every time, it just felt like I was too far. I was. I like I think J4 noticed it, and like every time we went to this rush, I was still like in this. I was in like this area here, and then Jarvan saw you leave for like 2 seconds, and he'd EQ on me, and I was instant dead. I just did that like 3 times, and then killed by Tryndamere, killed by soloed by J4 3 times.
Yeah, J4 got a nice little buff for himself. Instant feedback report on the Nunu and Hecarim from last game.
Nice.
Are you going back to work, or are you?
Yeah, yeah, this is like a good time for me to take a break. That was really bad. Need to reset. Hmm. Yeah, that was brutal.
All right. Well, I'll see you around, man. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, man. Thank you for the game. Like I said, I'll just take a couple breaths.
Yeah, no problem.
It's funny the smarkles that you mentioned. Like we use those. Like my team does for sales.
Your team does it in sales. Nice. Yeah. I mean, it's perfect. It makes complete sense when you look at it. You're just like, yeah. Here's. I want it to be all of those things, right? I mean, it's literally the perfect group of them. It's a nice little acronym to remember it all.
Yeah, it's nice. Well, thank you for the game, and I got some work to do.
Yeah, man. We'll do
Well,
it again soon.
in league, not in real life. I guess both.
Yeah, whatever. Whatever works.
Thanks for the game, man. Appreciate
Yep.
it.
All right. So if we were gonna evaluate our own goals, right? We're talking about this lane. They hit 2 at a moment that we weren't quite ready for it, and I think that was the big difference. They were ready to go back in. Jarvan has incredible stats when he EQs if he hits it, because he gets that attack speed boost, and we weren't quite ready for it, which means that we were probably taking aggressive actions when we might not be in position really to do that. Right, Caitlyn's going to be the longest range out of everyone in that lane and wants to take advantage of those spots, but her auto range is right on the edge of that EQ range from the Jarvan, so it's always difficult, right? You have to make sure that you're kind of frame perfect on those auto attacks and canceling the animation and jittering side to side as much as possible so that there's no predictable movements, and then sometimes using headshots. When you have your headshot, for example, as a Caitlyn, when you use your headshot as Caitlyn, you can last hit from a higher health threshold, and so you might step up and the enemy team might be like, all right, they're going for a last hit, here's my window to go in, and then you can actually step back instead, saying, all right, I'm going to hit you with that, let the minion get a little bit lower, get the attacks from there. There's small things like that. Not saying that those were necessarily available in that game, but ways that you can head game your opponent when you do have the long range. You're right. No one cares that we stream Emerald games. That's not why we're here. We're here to coach people out of Emerald into Diamond and get scholarships and path to pro.
Let's dance.
What's up, Fit? How you doing? Let's win. Let's do this. Careful with Mordekaiser. Skarner and Mordekaiser can kind of drag you out of fights. This is actually a very interesting team that they have. A lot of magic damage. Very good Merc Treads game. So let's see. Skarner, Katarina, Mordekaiser, they're playing low range. They're going to play onto us to try to engage. We should go for the scaling rune. I don't know if that's true. No, I should have gone flat. Where's Zaya Rakan? I missed it. All right, Darius versus Mordekaiser is a complete win. Nefiri versus Katarina is a complete win, but you have to be careful about her spikes. Skarner is exceptionally weak when he's not in his crystal zones. We can try to fight for that early.
Welcome to Summoner's
This is the way I want people to go. This one won't unlock until 105, but we can go and fight for this one right now.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
That's a W down from Ashe, so we win the fight now. We also get this prize. Her spell's down for 16 seconds. No, alright, we lost track of Fiddle, that's okay. So we'll come back, we'll just take this prize. Only 3 people should take it. It's a tiny amount of gold though, it's not worth like really min-maxing over. It's deceptive how long it sits there though, right?
It's gonna be okay.
Minions have spawned.
I know that.
Does anyone have a ward here? We'd love to get a ward to get some information about what they're up to. Yeah, the ward on red should do enough. Fiddle's good without a leash, so Zaya and Rakan can go here and get the lane prio.
I swear, you will be the death of me.
I'm fine with that.
We're gonna have really good information about what they're doing. Let's get 1 minion lead here.
If you need me, whistle.
There we go. So these attacks right here, what we're doing is pulling the minion wave closer to us, so we can bring the wave closer, and that makes it a little bit easier for us to fight. We have Bard with this, so we have a huge stat lead here, so we're absolutely going to all in them at 2. And we're going to hit 2 first because of the prio getting here first. They also started topside on the jungle, so Fiddle's going to have a little bit of either a contest, or we need to just rebound this wave and have it crash back to us so we can play in our safe pocket while we wait for the jungler to show up.
If you don't want to do
Fortunately, this guy doesn't know about the Zaya tech. Zaya's supposed to go W in this lane. Makes the lane much stronger. But now it's coming back towards us. Oh, no, it's not. We have the huge wave. We got a big chunk there, though. Ashe is finally 2. Has the Q. We have one more opportunity to get a little gank off. A little push. Zaya should be getting really up in their face. Alright, last chance for us to push the wave. We want to push this all the way. And this guy can use all of his spells to do it too. We just want to crash it, rebound it, shop. Good. I'll start my recall so that Zaya can go there, and then she can ride the way home. She's going to shop. She's going to have like a 350 spawn, so she'll be able to go in here. We'll get a stat increase, and we'll come back to the lane and just be really, really comfortable. This is a great way to play when you know that the jungler is pathing from top to bottom against us, like they are with Skarner. Skarner went and cleared the Fiddlesticks effigy, so we know that they're on this side of the map, and it's 3:30, so we can expect them to be near the crab, although he was a little bit late to his own camps, so he's going to be a little bit delayed. No reason for me to spend any vision. Fiddlesticks could even go on an invade on the next camp if we knew what time their spawns were, but I think it's going to be much better off to just continue the clear. It looks like he only got 5 camps. I hold this. Not for Zaya. And then next recall we'll go for the World Atlas. We'll get our momentum up, but now we just freeze this. And they get nothing while Skarner's on this side of the map. They're supposed to be strong on this turn, and instead they get nothing. Unfortunately, while it's our turn on the top lane, we ended up losing the 1v1. So something that we can do a little bit better. Once Zaya has 3, we're absolutely lethal right now. She's going to press her W. It applies to me. We can just play for last hits only. And the wave just kind of sits here. We have to be careful of Bard paths, especially Bard with Skarner. He can put on some aggressive angles that otherwise are impossible. We can hold this area. Just cannon for that, fortunately. Alright, we can take our turn now. We can still just keep it here as well.
How can humans not hear magic?
It's a hit, no big deal. That's Q on cooldown. It's on me and it's not on the Rakan, so we're happy. Or is it not on the Zaya? We just keep zoning him off. I missed my abilities. Good here. We continue this fight. I'm blocking. Nope. himself in a tough spot. Flash or mash. Really awkward fighting there. They're taking tons of damage from these minions. We almost still won that. Alright, bot lane, we're missing this, this, and this, and Ignite. I don't know about the Bard Flash, actually.
The humans call it battle. It's just a dance.
We can keep as much of the wave here as possible.
Last time, it was totally.
Or we can just crash it out, that's fine too. I'll go get my World Atlas. Do I stick around here long enough to help him push? Probably. Let's get a good crash in. She doesn't need to go, she just came back, she's got nothing to shop. There's no reason to come back here, Zaya. Oh, never mind. She's got a recurve bow.
Get
Sweet.
separated. I'll find you.
Okay, I win lane now. Yep, sounds good. We're going to be over here. I'm going to match this Bard roam. We're also going to try to hold this lane for the Neferi and make sure that Katarina can't crash it and leave Katarina stuck in a losing position. She's down a level against the Neferi, so if we hold this lane, then it becomes a very nice win for us. Here we go. We successfully hold for the Neferi. We share some gold. We're good. We use our refillable. Step away from her. That's her ultimate down. Neferi should just win this now. Beautiful. Alright, I've lost track of Skarner.
There's wildness in the bees and the flowers. It's just a fury.
We definitely win this all in. We've got 2 level 6s. As soon as they cast a spell, that's enough for us. It's a heal down from Bard. Blocking. I don't think I can actually block anything from this guy. Can give the heal though. Here we go. These guys can try to take a ride out. Beautiful. Much better. I can grab this wave actually and stop it. No, I can't. It's too much. Just a second earlier, I could have taken it and actually jumped it backwards. Alright, so she can start her recall. I can start harassing the Ashe. I could have actually stuck around much longer. Katarina's coming. We have to be careful with this. Darius has no prio. I'm going to come and try to solve this problem for them. Be really careful here. Neferi is really strong, but if he uses all of his cooldowns, if she uses all the cooldowns and Katarina shows up, then we got problems. Just like this. Kind of a punt. It is what it is. I should have stopped her back. That would have been better. We can get into Fury the fast push here, though. It's an easy kill. I say easy, I mean JK, that guy's gonna die again. Frick. Beautiful. Whoop! No, I walked back in. Oh, they came back up. My shield came up. Calculated. Nefiri gets credit for the kill. Fiddle has ult. That works.
Shut down.
Tough though. This guy's taking every single fight. He's got Eclipse, which is a pretty big spike, but it's still like really scary. Would be a really nice spot to like freeze and have them punish multiple ways, but we can go for a push as well, try to get permanent structure damage. Oh, can buy. Okay, yep, that's a good call. Careful on the top side. Bard and Nash are bot. We're good. We're stronger here, but Mordekaiser's going to be first to move, and the Fury and Katarina's here, so get out. Get out. Get out. Looks like a really easy kill top. Well played by the Fiddlesticks. It means we could probably take this Rift Herald as well. Darius is respawning. Oh, we got Skarner right here. It's not the target you want. That guy could have stayed in and win. He had no idea that the cavalry was coming. Oh, that's the worst case scenario. Was that Ashar from downtown?
Double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
Let's get Zion mid. Guy doesn't want this. Seems like a really good spot for us. Come on, guy. This guy's giga tilted. Fiddle could have stayed there. We absolutely had an engage window. That's too bad.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Stuff. Heads up. Oh, good cleanse. Alright, they're looking to play towards Dragon. Fiddle in top though, so this can be really tough for us. We have to take this down. It's really important to take this down against Skarner. He's a completely different champion when he doesn't have access to it. Fiddle's got ult. They've got the ward right here, and they're going to take a while, so we might try to bait the fight to right here.
Double kill. You have been slain.
Have to be careful. Keep tanking. Watch out for the Bard.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Crucible does not work on this, right? How much magic damage do we have? Enough to play Abyssal Mask? I'm not sure. This guy looks like he's going AD as well, so probably not. Let's go Val. Is it Val? Is it Zeke's? It's gonna be Zeke's. They've got so much mobility. Alright, let's see. Enough Fury, can you pick side lanes, please? Perfect. Actually a really good spot to contest and set up for Baron as well. We can go get this. They're using a Bloom. Could have jumped that. There's a flash from her. Can we just take this? Yep, absolutely. Get as little counterplay as possible. Alright, we go Baron. We need Darius. We can take it for sure. Oh, we don't. We have to leave. Mordekaiser's not, or Mordekaiser's here, and what's his face is not. Oh, he's tanking the Baron. Beautiful. He's gonna take all that damage. That might still be enough, though. I don't know if the Baron doesn't go to that realm, does it? We need to get out when Darius didn't start rotating over. Especially when your item's a pickaxe, right? Like, it's gonna be his dream scenario. Can he get the penta? Probably not. Get a dunk. He gets 1 kill. The Fury's gonna get the penta.
An ally has been
Shucks, maybe next game. Now he's gonna belligerently push the side lanes. That's okay. Okay, that's fine. We can make a new plan.
your turret has been destroyed.
It's a much worse plan, and it's a game-losing plan, but it's gonna be the best one that's there because these guys are refusing to join in, so... Stall, we defend. Darius is going to pull some stuff out. We can harass a little bit even. Mordekaiser is walking back because he's
Has destroyed a turret.
afraid of the re-engage. Bluff. We hold. They take dragon. Darius can keep on pushing. Like, this is the ridiculous thing, right? If you're going to make a strategy like this, at least go get the prize. Side. Is it going to be enough? Do we maybe win anything? Some of them haven't chopped yet. We might be stronger here. That should be good with the double AoE from Xayah. She did get locked up. Maybe we can get this. It's too low, too late. Maybe it was a bad plan. Try to peel Ashe off the turret, even if it's just a little bit. But I don't think that's going to work. That's too bad. Ugh, unlucky. All right, 2 o'clock. I don't mind the actions in the game. We're gonna take a look at our lane phase and see what we could have maybe done better. 17, is that Marchand? Who's 17 on the Bruins? Bergeron? Hard life. All right, so let's take a peek and let's evaluate ourselves on the goals in this game, right? Only taking aggressive actions when we know we're stronger. I guess we have to add to the fact that we don't know that Xayah is not leveling W, but that is something that maybe we could have or should have communicated with her. So that's definitely something to keep in mind. It's not the end of the world, but it does mean that dashing in isn't going to be as strong as it was or could have been. See if it loads this time. All right, we're good. So we have a dominant early setup. We have superior vision, and we get information on where the Skarner's going to start. That gives us a big advantage in this lane. So it does allow us to play better. It also means that we can infer right now that Skarner is either on his Raptors or he's not starting on bot side, right? And once we see about 15 seconds in, we still haven't seen him, we can now say that Skarner's probably on the Western Quadrant. We should have pinged that to our teammates, so that's something that we can do better. Now we've got the wave push here. We hit level 2, and this is a little bit far out for the engage, and unfortunately we don't have the follow-up from Xayah. That should be a chain CC into a kill. If you're QE, then you just absolutely get that kill always. And if you're W, then you get that kill just by pressing up, but you need to make sure you're doing it right away. Good step up by the Ashe there. That was a really, really nice click. Alright, so now we have to be a little bit more careful. Skarner could easily be on this side of the map. So we get the push, we start the recall. This is I'm very happy with. Xayah Rakan specials, where you actually start the recall and then she can join. So we have a significant lead. So spent money, we've got 1,000 gold that is being spent right now. That's going to give us an advantage for the lane right now. How much money did she have when she shopped? $525. Okay. Maybe we should have waited till the 4th wave and crashed one more, but that would have been dangerous, right? Because then we're dealing with potentials of the Skarner coming to gank, and Ashe is always going to be very good in these protracted spots. So this is where we get an experience advantage. We should be good here. Let's take a peek at the Darius fight. How did this happen? Alright, so Darius is taking the fight. You did it during a level up timer, that's why. Okay, yeah, that's your problem. Right? And I bet you're floating. Do you guys know? Little strat chat right now, hashtag strat chat. Do you guys know which minion is going to give Darius the next level? And if you do, props to you. This is a huge thing that you can use to your advantage when fighting for these top lanes. The next minion, right? One more minion does it. In the middle of this fight, if he could have gotten his Q to hit one of these minions, he would have been fine. He could have leveled up, and it's even worth stopping to stop hitting the Mordekaiser to kill a minion, because that two hits on the minion is going to give you 100 health. That's the same amount that you're taking from the Mordekaiser. It's the same amount that you'd be dealing back, and it means that you'd be stronger in this fight. So when you're setting up this fight right now, right, it's on his side, it's under his turret. This one minion dies. That's all it takes, right? And this level up timer, if you watch Alois NL, highly watch him for the fundamentals of the game and of top lane. You can't do this. It's an exceptional aggressive place to be, but it's with Fiddlesticks on your side of the map, and it's with Skarner pathing towards bottom, but you're doing it with a fundamental difference where they're hitting 4 and you're not. And even though you could be stronger in a fight, you just won't be. right? Mordekaiser's not weak if he's got a level on you. And this is a fine trade where Mordekaiser can go in and take chips and go in, but you see that he doesn't have any meaningful advantage. Getting hit with the first two right off the bat as well means that the passive's going to come on from Mordekaiser, which isn't showing up on the spectator, but it is on at that moment. Another thing I want to look at, Fiddlesticks, what happened to the clear? Alright, so taking wolves first, totally fine. You smite right here. Okay, this is the mistake. You always smite this. You want to have more time as a level 2 champion, so you smite right here. Now you can also take this one right here and walk it over to this side, and you can use your W to start hitting the blue while you're hitting the wolf. So these are just fundamentals on Fiddlesticks. Highly recommend that you go to watch a Fiddlesticks one trick. You should be able to get out of the jungle at about 310 on this champion. I think 305 is actually the fastest, but it involves like really knowing the edges of how you can get everywhere here, but it completely changes the champion for you to get in or out of the jungle quicker. Another thing about it, killing the blue doesn't actually help you with your clear speed. Killing the Gromp will help you with the resets that will get you up into your second clear faster. And so right now we're just way behind in tempo. You should be 20 seconds faster than this, and it's going to impact your ability to get level 6 because Gromp isn't going to respawn until it's 240 when you took it. So you guys do it real quick. 505 in the game. Now same thing here, Raptor with red, right? I don't know what we're trying to get out in the map anywhere else. There's nothing to do here. Maybe we're trying to get a gank and wrap around on Katarina, and that might be the play. That we'll have to see how he's leaning. Yeah, it looks like he might be leaning to this. So another fundamental though, if this doesn't go right, and there's really no business to go right here again too, because we're looking at the same timers for the level up, right? Katarina's gonna be able to push this wave and hit level 4. She might even get this kill 1 versus 2 and be able to trade in that situation. So this is just a lot of lost momentum here. You end up getting the flash at the cost of your ignite, but she was going to be leaving anyway, so let's see what Nefiri does with this wave. Fiddlesticks also taking this. This is not a huge priority. It takes you a long time to take it. And also, I guarantee you wasn't looking up at this fight. Should have been looking at it. So, I mean, there's just a lot of fundamental things, right? We're just looking at the first 5 minutes of the game, and we already have fundamental losses from everywhere, including mid lane, right? We could have set up a freeze right here if we go back to the Nefiri. You've got a negative wave state. Leave them with 2 extra casters and take your recall, and then go shop, right? It's not a tremendous amount of money, but you've got 600 gold, so you could go in and get, let's see, what do you want to stick around for? 2 more minions, 1 more minion, and then use the recall timing plus the bear to get boots and the longsword. By pushing out everything, now you're just giving the wave back to the Katarina, and this same gold that you're shopping with, unless it's going to give you a tremendous spike, which, you know, you could argue double longsword's gonna be okay. Oh, this is way over here. So this is showing that Nefiri knows that fixing the lane state's important, right? Dropping the ward here, this is, again, you don't need to drop it right now. There's nothing, you've got the wave here. You're just wasting time on your own ward take. You know you have to leave, and now you've got a scuffed wave state that you have to back off on, and you don't take it. So just fundamental mistakes from literally everybody on red team, and this is platinum, right? You're probably pretty good at a lot of things in the game. Fix these things and you will just immediately shoot up, right? Just take this recall, take it quickly. You play for up tempo, Fiddlesticks, practice the clear, rehearse the clear. You'll come out of the whole jungle at that same time. You were coming out at like 302, you're looking to come around this bend. You could be done with the whole thing at 310 with just a little bit of practice and going it. Darius, looking to take a fight, great. Obviously you have to dodge the Mord E, easier said than done, but you can't start a fight on the first minion of that wave, right? Especially when it's under their turret. Mordekaiser's going to hit level 4. So that's the thing that everyone has something to work on. Xayah with Rakan, not something that you necessarily get a lot of practice on because this pairing doesn't happen that often, but when you're playing Xayah, you want to have that point in W because it's going to apply. If Rakan is nearby, he will also gain the effects of this ability, except he gains move speed when Xayah strikes a target, right? So it's like absolutely insane that he not only is going to be hitting harder, but he's also moving around the fight faster, and it is a singular, the strongest combination of champions that you can have in the early game is to do stuff like this. So hopefully that gives everyone something to look at. Makey, GG man, I was the Ashe. Was definitely a good laning phase and matchup. It was a lot of fun, man. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. All right, let's take a look at us. For those of you who are just joining, we're doing SMART goals. SMART. Specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. So we're trying to play this best of 3 with the intent of, do we take aggressive measures at moments that we couldn't? And today's specific goal is to actually move up and up the pressure a little bit at moments that we know that things are better. Now, this was another miss by me. Good job by Ashe dodging those both times. I can actually step this back and watch this fight because I may have just played it poorly. So we're in a position here where we don't need to force anything, but the clock is ticking because I think the last time that we saw Skarner was on the deliberate path down to this side, and we expect him to be top, but we know that Fiddlesticks is not in range, so this is against our own SMART goals, right? Without information on Skarner more recently than this, we can't actually take this fight. We're also splitting it up into 2. Fantastic job by Ashe to step up. Both times that I tried to land my W, she had the wherewithal to step forward in response, which was very, very nicely done. All right, so we've got shields here. I can block some Ashe damage, especially since she doesn't have access to another W, and until she has the empowered Qs, we're not going to get anything else off. Oh, we took all the casters, huh? That's too bad. So is it just on me to hit this? Might just be on me to hit this. That said, like, even taking this fight might be a bad news. I'm going to flip on the screen, see where Skarner is. We expected him to be top, but we said for our SMART goals, we needed to at least have the jungler nearby or have the mid laner in fog. Mid is in fog, but it's coming out of base, so it's a little bit more predictable that they'd be coming back mid. So not the best timing for me to take this super aggressive position. And as we saw, it wasn't even enough. 4 versus 3, though. Like, how do we lose this fight? Obviously, me missing an ability is massive, and a rank 2 ability at that. So we're stepping up. This is okay. Moving up. Taking a hit. Good job by Bard. No counterattack here. Trading an auto for a minion for an auto harass is a fantastic deal. I'm too far away from Xayah right now. What I'm trying to do is pressure them, but they're doing a good job tethering right here. I need Xayah to come back and kind of match with me, but that's not something I communicated to her, so that's something I can do better. Obviously, taking the upfront here. This is the moment where we're still strong, right? Ashe doesn't have an ability. Maybe I could just walk up to the Ashe and she has to move away. I overestimated this W by a mile. The W's on, we're attacking. Maybe I could have continued autoing and not put on the shield, save the shield for later. Ashe is doing a good job moving back to the bar. This is fantastic positioning by the Ashe, right? And also even moving through to protect any amount of damage. Good job by them. Like, this is fantastic. You see the effect of the minions, right? The extra 3 attacks from the casters coming in the middle of that fight while they're moving away. This was an example. Churbo, if you're here, this was fantastic job by the Ashe to reposition themselves based on the radial effect of the fight, right? Just moving to the outskirts, staying in range, and positioning themselves behind Bard as best as possible. Ashe does get the level up, which is the end of our fight here. Maybe I shouldn't have even flashed. Probably had to. Don't know that I had any cooldowns available. That's just E. Well played by them. But this is an L for us, right? We don't know. We can assume that Skarner's on this side of the map, and we can play with that. Nefiri was in the Fog of War, so we know that they have to play very passively from this spot. So we're in the lead, and based on their mannerisms, we can dictate and we can infer where their jungler is, right? They're playing up here. This is the best position for them where they can move away from this bush and fight. So Bard eventually does reposition himself right here, which is well done. But this is the use of Nefiri being gone, right? And the fact that they know that Skarner's over here, right? And this is based on the game timer. When we see the Skarner, right, we know that Skarner pathed like this. He did this, came over here. So then he recalls, and we can assume 9 times out of 10 that he's going to come right back up here because there's literally nothing to do in the southern quadrant. Because of that, that's why Ashe and Bard are playing so tepidly right now. They're stepping backwards. They have to give us the space. If we go back another 10 seconds to this state, 6 minions versus 6. Yeah, this is already recrashing. Maybe we overpushed. We just have a caster. This is our turn. Did we screw it up before here? Cannon versus wave. Yeah, we actually could have held this. Did I execute this cannon? Hope not. This is a really good spot for us. We're hitting these minions a little bit sooner than we'd like to. Maybe that was a window to take a short trade onto Bard. I don't know why I'm attacking here. Attacking's bad. Right, we want this lane to continue into this shape, right? Stay here as long as possible. Again, what we're taking advantage of is this. They know that Skarner's here. They don't know that Nefiri's not, like, roaming down. They can probably assume it, but in this timer, right, everything looks pretty scary to them. The only thing that they have a little bit of access to is this ward, the shrine, Scuttle Shrine right here. And everything else they have to assume is pretty dangerous. This whole area is dangerous for them. So I'm happy that we're using this space, this time, to activate a freeze, but we really shouldn't be taking any of these last hits except for in the last frame. I like taking the aggressive position. We can kind of read based on their momentum. Bard hit every single one of his Qs. Well done by him. I could have stayed in this bush. No real reason not to. And now right here, if we take a trade, we're gonna get hit by 6 minions in return, right? So we don't want it. Good job by Bard. And then this position right here, you obviously want to move back a little bit more if you're gonna go for a last hit, or I should be stepping up to punish Bard. Bard wants to hit in response, then I should hit Bard back. And we should be able to get a little chunk. So a lot of things for me to work on here, and then obviously missing this was a big deal. He also put me out of attack range both of those times, so I definitely should have saved double E for later in the fight. Yeah, just much better execution. Good flash. Beautifully done by Ashe. I'm going to give a huge shout out to the Ashe player here. Dodging spells, dealing the maximum uptime on the damage, moving away from the minions, taking the least there. This is an indicator of someone who is much better than this rank. I'd love to see what rank they're actually from. Although they're wearing the championship Ashe, so maybe it's their main. What do you think? That break it down enough? First 5 minutes. How much can change in the first 5 minutes of the game? Crazy, right? All right, let's end the game. But no, I don't want that. I pressed the wrong button. I think this person also picked Xayah because they wanted to play with Rakan, and that's generally not something you want to do. Play the champions you're more comfortable with. We saw that they didn't know to get the W, and then there are a lot of sequences that weren't played to the maximum. Didn't hit the QE in response to the knockup. Those are things that you absolutely want to get done on this champion. But we got enough to work on for ourselves. But hopefully you guys get some ideas here. Damn! That game we got completely trolled, so I'm not unhappy about it. All right, we're gonna look at the same thing. Smart goals. Did we achieve our goals in this game? Only taking aggressive actions when we have the positional advantage. So early in the game we got, did we get the early invade a little bit? We just fanned out. So we really don't have anything to work with. The only thing that we know is that the jungler is not on blue side. Shyvana's starting red. Generally, you want to start Raptors on this champion for sure. Let's just hone in. We're not going to do it for everybody because not all of them are here. Pulling the wave right now. Not sure that we actually needed to do it because we're going to be attacking anyways. And this just kind of puts it on their half of the map. So this was probably just wrong. I could have let it come all the way back. When teams are over leashing, and if I had a ward here, then we could try to make a play where we pull it back to ourselves. Kate needs to be much further up there. We're hitting level 2 and we can absolutely go for a trade. So we're a little bit late in that spot. Doesn't hit the Q in response as well. Also, we're stepping up right here. They use everything, which the Shyvana does come over and pressure. But let's slow it down now. So we take this position. We've got the level 2. We get a little bit of a chunk trade. Jarvan's using using his potion, so he's going to be fine. They're about to hit level 2, right? They need these three. They need these 2 melees and these 2 casters to die, and once they do, they'll hit 2 as well, and they'll be very comfortable. We don't want to take anything traded back. And once it's going under the... Once it comes back into our lap, right? Once it goes under their turret, they're going to be able to hit 2 safely. There's not really much we can do for it. And if we take these pokes, we don't know where Nidalee's at. And Nidalee's one of those hyper-aggressive junglers that this is a position we do not want to be in, right? We got level 2, we got a little chunk, we need to step back, and we just need to wash back, come back into the river, and make sure that we are doing that as a team. I feel like Doran Shield is a little overkill on Rakan, not going to lie. Yeah, it might be. It's probably weakest on him compared to all the other champions and the double Doran's starts because he's got that shield to start with. He doesn't need that heal, but the extra stats are good in general to help with fights in situation where fights break out. I just need to make sure that I'm the one blocking the damage. This is a huge mistake by Caitlyn, right? So we're trying to not take aggressive actions. We know that Nidalee is on this side of the map. We saw that she wasn't here specifically, right? In fact, she's all the way behind us taking the invade, right? So it's curious to see like where they were actually thinking, and it makes a lot of sense. They had some eyes on Shyvana apparently. But once we get this level 2, Caitlyn needs to be much further up. Playing as a Caitlyn, you want to be taking all these trades. But XLovely, LOL, you're absolutely right. It is probably feeling worse on this champion, but is fantastic on champions like Senna, bringing Doran's Blade, even when you are the support Senna, or if you're something like a Nautilus, you can come in Leona, Blitzcrank, and you can play the Doran Shield. But it does feel much worse on Rakan. IMO, the stats are good on like center stuff, Vel'Koz Ezreal, where you can actually use the stats to poke. Yeah, it's what I want to do is mitigate the bad laning phase that Rakan already has. And I'm not sure. It doesn't feel great, though. I will say I definitely does not feel great. Jury's still out on it. 2-man trade. We're happy with this. This has to be a step back. Probably Q wants to happen in response to the knock-up, not any later. This is the big foul, right? Coming up for 1 auto attack and risking Nidalee to come in. They're going to hit 2. We absolutely die here. So at this point, maybe I just take the least here. Good flash by Jarvan to say like, hey, I'm just going to punish the maximum right now. Could I have turned on to Smolder right now? Could Caitlyn have moved into the bush with me also, right? It's another thing to consider. Because again, we're walking in a straight line backwards. We normally wouldn't go into this, but Caitlyn is a viewer of the channel, so we want to help him out in this spot. So moving away from Smolder, yes, makes sense, but we can also try to move into Jarvan. This flash. Like, for example, this flash could go into the bush. They would lose vision. We would continue to get hits. The Jarvan has no flash, and he's got no cooldowns. So we actually could have flashed in here, taken the fight into the Jarvan. We're not really gaining anything from here, and then also specifically turning back in to the snot bubble is the worst case scenario. And now we go for hits here. The heal doesn't hit anyone. So this can obviously be improved. But in general, we just don't even want that spot. Let's accelerate to the next phase up. This lane phase is actually pretty scuffed for them, and they actually just need to leave. They need to accept that they're going to take an XP loss because Shyvana is pathing from top to bottom. Also, they know, let's swap it. We're going to see that Nidalee already invaded here, took the camps away. So you know that Shyvana is pathing top to bottom. They could be going top into an invade, but if they're going top to bottom, there's literally no camps to do. So even if they were a bad player, they would come straight down here because they would look at their camps, see that there's nothing to do, and then go push. Actually, Shyvana doesn't even read the situation. This is a huge miss by Shyvana. They try to go for this push. This should get them punished 100% of the time. Shyvana does come. It looks like Jarvan already left, which means that they're able to take the 2v1 or the 1v1. Let's go back into red vision. It probably delays your gold gen by about 150 on the first base. Yeah, exactly. I think you're right. It's definitely not worth the trade-off. We'll probably remove it from the starting items for Rakan here, but it is still highly recommended on your Sennas and then all of your engage champions, right? So if you're playing Maokai, Blitzcrank, Leona, Nautilus, Alistar, I think it's still going to be good on those champions where it lets you take those fights and you don't mind taking the damage because you're going to have such a big stat lead. All right, so aggressive actions. We saw that they took a recall. They're going to have staggered backs because Smolder got killed about 10 seconds after Jarvan left. So we're a little bit strong here. We also assume that because Nidalee got the invade and Shyvana's jungle is clear, there's very little happening over here. We're probably going to have a respawn of the Raptors in a short amount of time if Nidalee took it. We didn't actually have vision of her, I don't think. So we don't have perfect information about how many camps she took. But this would be the most likely place to punish. If Shyvana were in comms with us, if you're playing organized, then you say, all right, Nidalee took my whole quadrant. And then if we get vision of her anywhere, right, and we see that she either still has red or doesn't have, or has blue, right, with this timer off, we can figure out whether or not the Raptors are on the first clear. And this is something that Shyvana can take as a penalty to the Nidalee, right? You want to go and you want to get vision of this, drop your ward in this bush. So you're either taking the Raptors the first time, or when you leave, you can get information on the second respawn. But either way, just focusing on Rakan. I'm okay taking aggressive actions here. We still know that we're going to be in an okay spot. Shyvana's moving away. This stops being good. Ahri's looking to recall. We basically just wanted to hold this wave because Aurelion Sol was weak on resources, and Caitlyn's going to be really strong in the bot lane. So we're okay for this. Jarvan is not nearby. Get a little bit of a bite. Unfortunately, Shyvana eats all the spears here. Have to prioritize taking damage. This is one of the biggest difference between high elo players. Knowing and anticipating, you can do it in pick screen where you look in and you lock into the idea what spells matter, right? What spells do I need to be dodging? And then they're constantly looking for it. And when it comes into dodging, even if the camera's here, they're going to go spacebar, right? Spacebar will auto center the camera on you, and then your movements can be literally within a centimeter of each other, and you'll be a very accurate dodger. That's why you see the pro gamers. Sometimes they're going back and forth, but this right here takes a lot of time. This right here, you can move many times and do those, what appears to be jittering, make the character shake. And that allows you to do that. I don't mind my path right back here. Now we see Nidalee in mid lane, and they don't have information on Shyvana. They also know that the camps are coming back up, so we do have a positional advantage for a little bit. Once Nidalee disappears for about 5 seconds, we have a window where we have to be a little bit more careful. Also, they're level 4. I'm confident taking this and dodging, but they're 4 versus our 3, so this is a bad trade for me. I also don't hit the Jarvan in response. I could have landed my Q. I could have gone QW. But now we have to play for the rebound here. We can't freeze this. Rakan's too weak to freeze. There's also the 6 casters, and they're both level 4, and they have the better shop, right? So with the better shop, we cannot withstand this. So we can hold this. What are we playing for? Shyvana's on the weak side. This is an aggressive play by me. Even just moving to this bush, we do see Jarvan Smolder, so it's unlikely that Nidalee's able to consolidate anything here. I probably should have swapped back into the yellow trinkets for this set, right? We're not actually gaining anything here. All we're doing is protecting a little bit, maybe against Nidalee coming to engage on us, and we're not even doing it that much. We can play back here. I don't like the traps from Kate. We really don't need to cast these yet. You can just wait. You also want to get them right on the edge of the bush so that you get vision into the bush when you cast it. But holding back, we're good. Fights in mid lane, so we're fine. We have vision on Nidalee again. So if we can spike a level faster than them, which we do based on this clear right here, then we're going to be okay. But Caitlyn's going to be a full level up because she has spent those 2 lanes alone, whereas they're about to hit 5. So I am probably overestimating our strength. We also need to make sure that we're not taking that snot to the face, which I took multiple times. Also, not having the bush control means that Jarvan is always lethal. We were asking, I don't have the answer. Do you know about this? The trap, does the trap actually stop you? I don't think it does. It's going to let the follow through happen, especially with Jarvan. It should continue to drag through the rest of the way, and then he will be rooted on the far side of it, which is the worst case scenario, right? Because it's still going to hit you and he's still going to be able to auto attack. I'm not positive that that's the case though. That's a very specific Caitlyn versus Jarvan interaction, which I should know because it exists in the game. It lets the EQ go through. That's what I thought. All right, good poke. We have to be careful. Every one of these autos that's not aimed to bush is a problem. or that's aimed at any enemy while we don't have vision in the bush is a problem. Shyvana's up here. Unfortunately, steps forward. Could have gone forward. Last known info on Nidalee was mid lane, right? Top side of mid. But let's just confirm that. Maybe it was a while ago now. Nidalee's been gone. Bot side could be there. Shyvana. So this is one of those positional advantage moments. If you're looking at the mini-map. Shyvana's in fog, theoretically. Ahri's also in fog. Even though Ahri's probably predictably coming back to mid lane, we do have positional advantage. They don't know. Once Shyvana's coming into here, we've got a pretty committal spot. We've got 4, 5, and 5. We should be stronger for this spot. They do have the vision. I think if you actually just stop and don't use your Q here, we just walk straight through, we can maybe take a fight. But again, we don't know that Nidalee's not close by, so I don't mind the concept of not going for an aggressive play. But this right here, this aggressive motion, we want to take away. I'm stepping forward, expecting the Shyvana to move forward, and this is the worst case. Also right here, Shyvana can walk to the wall, and I can dash to them. They don't do that. We don't get a trap in response to the knock-up, so again, we're not really fighting cleanly. We do have Ahri coming in, so we should be fairly comfortable. Both of us taking the snot, though, again, and also Ahri not having the ultimate, not having the W as well. Did they use W to just rotate over here? You always want to use your W first, right? It felt like this player was not very comfortable. All right, so there's the W. Yeah, you can't cast the C. This is too far out of range. You can try E-Flash if you have it, or you can use your R, but that's just not there. And then that slows you down enough, and it takes away the duration of the W, so there's no more to benefit. We'll watch it here. Again, you can watch the cooldown, the status bar. I don't know if you guys will be able to see it, but status bar comes up. Buff, 1, 2, 3. You've got 3 seconds to move up and get in position. With Jarvan having his EQ on cooldown, it's tough to say. I don't think that this would ever hit, and even then it would be at max range, and these guys showed the propensity to be able to dodge. So I don't think we ever get anything out of this. And again, right, Nidalee could be right around the corner, and we kind of stepped up into it. We took bad trades to start this. Just everything about the execution in this game was a little bit worse. All right, so a lot to work on. A lot to work on. The good news is we're getting that much more in sync on Rakan. Can do a little status update. For anyone who's just joining in, we're working on SMART goals. Trying to get this. For us, it's only taking aggressive actions in lane when we know that we have positional advantage or just a sheer resource advantage. And it's everything from stepping up even the slightest bit, right? To actually engaging for short trades or long trades. We want to mitigate the opportunities for the enemy team to outplay or to just have reinforcements that we might not have been thinking about. Sure, Bob, we can trade. What's up, Dan V? How you doing? What's the Card Shark portion? We were playing Marvel Snap earlier. We just downloaded it last night. Dan V saying hi from YouTube. We'll probably close out after this game. We'll probably do a little bit Marvel Snap to round out the time here.
Art can shed light on our fears.
All right, Belvith just got a pretty big nerf, but she's still quite strong. The E has less skill expression, and also just generically you're taking more damage in the jungle. So she's coming out about 60 to 100 health lower than she used to be, which means she can't take as many of the aggressive actions. It also means that she can... It doesn't affect her level 1. She can still go for those big trades, so we'll try to get a window for her to come up. We have a very, very good level 1 already. Theirs might be blank because Zach, if he levels his W, which is his only good clearing ability, it means he can't fight. And if he levels one of his fighting abilities, then he can't clear. So this is a really good invade timer. The only thing we would have to worry about is Jace, but our team should be much stronger here. LOL, okay, I'm playing some online poker for the first time in a long while. Don't mind me just chilling. All right, feel free to lurk, my man. Looks like we have Gianna and Ashe. They actually have a lot of combat potential. So we'll be happy to just farm this lane. I think we've bought our last Dorn's shield on Rakan, but we'll see if there's ever a moment where we want it. Definitely the idea of invading would make it stronger in general. Veigar also very strong. Mordekaiser very strong as well. Just a good stat check. We should be okay. Ashe is one of the best champions in the game, though. Do we try to punish this? Let the team go. We'll let the team decide. Brand is not a champion. He's only got one spell, and he can't proc a stun. He can't do anything with his passives. Ashe has the W. If they go W, then it's just 16-second cooldown, so that's it, right? Then we have to play forward. So if we can dodge what is probably going to be a Janna Q, then we should be good. Also, if we can get Zac or Janna to level a spell that's bad for the first minute of the game, then we might be able to get a big lead off of that. Newer Smolder player. Hopefully there's enough information that has disseminated out to the masses, but locked is usually not a good sign. That means that they've played less than 10 games on the champion. I need one person to go get eyeballs over here, though. Bel'Veth is the strongest champion here. Unfortunately, she went for lethal tempo, which is a little bit weaker. But if we can get them to level a bad spell, that would be optimal for us.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Don't run across there. That's suicide. Just recall and leave. But the team should be moving forward. We don't have Smolder, though, so it's okay to call the play off. Which means that I should just go back and get my board. Sometimes it's the opposite. I don't really like this play pattern. Using this, trying to get an early zombie ward. I mean, getting the invade, if we're going to invade, it's a phenomenal strat. But we're also a little bit statted out. No potion here. We've got tier here, so not that much to gain from being aggressive there. It is Brand jungle. Zac top, actually. Fascinating. I actually would have assumed that we had it like this. Alright, Bel'Veth is starting on the top side, so we have to be leery of any aggressive plays here. Jace is doing what he should into this matchup, being super, super aggressive. Oh, they are being aggressive here too. They're in the middle of the minion wave, though. Okay, you guys can keep hitting them, Smolder. You can keep hitting them. She had the W, right? She's definitely pressing W here. 10 seconds on my shield. We're just gonna have to give level 2. Yeah, I don't think the Smolder is very comfortable at all in this champion, which is too bad. He also went for Q start, which you're supposed to be using to hit them in the face as much as possible. So it is what it is. We're gonna have to give this up and bring it back, and that's okay. He can stack that one. I will give him this. Yeah, this guy's not comfortable on Smolder at all. This is going to be potentially a pretty tough spot. That should be aimed right at their face. Wait for them to take an action and throw the W right at them. That's okay, we'll play back here. As soon as Bel'Veth is a little bit closer, then we'll look to try to take some of those actions. Probably should have cast my E right there. I 100% should have cast it. Bel'Veth is getting close. W cooldown for Janna is coming up. I'm going to try to get her to cast it before I put my shield out. There we go. Completely negate the Scorch effect. They Huck shot, so they see Bel'Veth. Please don't miss. Alright, they see Bel'Veth, so they know they own us right now. Ashe is going to be really good if we have a prolonged fight here. That's a good combo. I might be able to use Smolder's W as a form for me to land mine. But this is the sort of thing I'm much happier to do. Alright, Bel'Veth's on the top side of the map, so we're going to play much more passively here. Keep the lane in our happy pocket, right? The happy spot. Very hard for them to get any actions on us. We'll just try to shield the Smolder in response to any Janna harass. Looks like she's going to be maxing W and going for that kind of build. Oh, this is good. This is a win for us. That's their heal. And we get the shield, and we're good. Guardian as well. Janna is very low on resources, but... Are they going to try to take a reset? No. I should be probably getting used to just walking right in front of the Smolder so that he doesn't get hit by the Ashe volley. Especially when I have my shield coming up. They are very low on resources, but we can't do anything, or we can. Brand's visible here, so we engage. Oh, I didn't call for this before I brought him up. I'm so bad. That should not have been like that, but we can still push this. Smolder's playing really afraid right now. We know that Janna's not here. Alright, we have to leave now. Nerves of solid rock. Alright, Bel'Veth's going to be on this side of the map. Normally I'd be pathing over here, but we want to make sure that this wave doesn't get crashed in and that they're diving. I'm going to go straight down to bot lane. Try to clear the line of sight for Bel'Veth. Also make sure that they don't have any like Brand in our face. Brand just took the grubs, so we know that we're good to go here. Although he doesn't know that I see him, potentially. Tried to block that just a little bit. Oh, rest of the team's not moving over and Veigar's not here. You know what? That's just a miss. That's no good. They can rotate over. We're 3 versus 4. Veigar's getting gapped in the mid lane, and that's not a spot we can be. What is Veigar doing? Okay.
An enemy is unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, I can't put blame on anyone else, especially while I have something that drastic, right? Trying to make that play right there. No good. See if they fumble their turret harass strats. No, they're doing pretty well with it. That's a good trade for us. So we can go for small victories. Bel'Veth's on this side of the map, so maybe we can get something done. Don't want to go into this bush without knowledge about the Bel'Veth. We have to be really careful right here. We don't know where Brand is at. I should have been willing to commit right there. That did not hit, so we'll push. You should be trying to AoE stack those.
An enemy is dominating.
Nice. Small victories. That guy's enormous, right? We have no business doing anything against him. Alright, let's see if we can get him trying to make a flashy play under the Veigar. One of those games, huh? Rip. Alright, we can take this. $242. What do we have time for? And Brand's getting this uncontested, even though everyone else on their team is committed to one part of the map. That absolutely needs to be a better play for us. Kill him. Oh, now we're just gonna die. He's not gonna give me a place to dash to either. We're pushing top. I don't know what's top push gonna do. I think it's gonna get them both killed. Zach's got his blobs and they need to retreat. Might even kill the Bel'Veth right off the bat. They don't have teleport to do this. Nice play by the Zach. Should have been a Q here and then a flash, assuming he has it. This is the time. I think he just dies here. It's making me want to play Veigar, you know what I'm saying? We have to block right here. We've got Guardian. We know that Jace is trying to get a empowered shock blast here. That's a big spell to cooldown. But they're going to get this turret. Maybe I can get him to overcommit. Ayy, too far. I had the right idea. That would have been okay. You W right there, you land, interrupt the to the skies, but it needed to be shallower. I went over too far. And then maybe we get a huge shutdown with it, but that's me taking my shot. Too far though. I have to assume that he's jumping, he's gonna land. I'll actually look at it closer to see what side of me he lands on generally.
An enemy has been slain.
Blocking, I'm blocking. We're doing it. Ah! Still not enough. Oh, he's in. No, he's in. Ting. Limit testing. Limit testing.
An enemy is legendary.
Lord. You know, it's a wonderful thought. He's not stacking right. Like, there's a lot. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of things that we can do, and I'm sure that they have other skills if they're not doing this part well. We wrap on this Jace? Like, is this our out right now? I'm baiting. Velvet needs to come to me. Trying to bait. He's trying. Or maybe he's not. Maybe he just wants to leave. Either way, we can get out pretty quickly.
Killing spree.
Hey, and Smolder got it. All right, we got a chance. Don't FF. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Who do I want to get that blue buff? Probably Smolder. You still want it. Alright, we can play for 1 point of strength. Maybe we can make 1 quadrant strong. Water?
Ally has been slain. Has been slain. Enemy double kill.
I don't know if that's true. Maybe it is. Doesn't actually help Vhagar. I thought it was Mordekaiser that was going to pick this up. Oh, he went for an ultimate. Let me go see if we can make something happen here. I don't think he can, though. It's a little bit too much. I don't know. We'll just leave him be. Step on those things. Rod of Ages on Vhagar. That makes the weak part of the game even worse. There's nothing to get for it here. Okay. Like, of the people holding hostage, it's never the person who's trying to win. Trying to win is not holding hostage. Forcing the team to lose is much easier to do than trying to win. Try. What we got? 3 o'clock? Alright, I'm in time. Man, unfortunate games today. Let's see if we can bait someone to jump in. Aye, we did it! We did it! We would have been perfect! Alright, but you know what? As far as our actions in lane, well, that's not bad. Better than the last ones. Unfortunate with all the sequences going together. We probably could have done more. Definitely could have put more ease in response to Janna W's. So that's something that I can improve on for sure. But as far as our SMART goals, I think we've done well. And tomorrow's going to be competing day. All right. So we spent the week working on this goal, trying to make our lane phase just tuned in. Now tomorrow we're going to play in our best of threes. We're going to play 2 sets of best of threes. So you guys are welcome to tune in. We're going to start at 10 o'clock in the morning. And then we'll have first set of best of threes at 10, next at 12. And then we will take all the things that we've been working on this week and put it into the lens of just compete, right? We take ownership of the skill set that we've been working on. The idea is Rakan has a weak laning phase. We were dying too much in lane phase. How can we mitigate how much we lose lanes by? And then how can we step up and try to get the maximum out of that, right? And that's exactly what we're going to try to do. Tomorrow will be another competition day. So far, we've been doing very well on competition days. I think we're still undefeated on just taking what we worked on during the week and then putting it into effect. And we've been climbing, right? So this is the way that you get good fast. This is how you train, and it's any skill. right? You take an element, you say, I want to get a little bit better at this part of it, you make it yours, and then when you go, you make the decisive plays and you try to go. So you guys are welcome to join in. I'll be uploading the video that we did, the Hanwha Life versus GenG. That'll be online ASAP, certainly by tonight. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks so much for the support. I saw a lot of shoutouts on Twitch. Let me give a moment here, open up Stream Elements, make sure I get all of the shoutouts that I can. Thank you again, Kawaii Caramel, for the $5 tip. And let's see, what do we have? We're on a new platform here, so I'm learning where to get it from. Activity feed, that must be it. Says there are no activities. That's not right. Maybe you guys know. This right here, it seems like this should be where it is. It even has a color code for the different types of activities. It should be popping up. I want to make sure I get all the shout outs, because I hear them popping up, but I just don't know where they are. Dan, you might know, right? Got 9 followers, but I want to be able to see who it is. Not chatbot, it's not there. Maybe we'll just go onto Twitch. All right, Makey, TY Smite, or Ty Smite, Elf, Luds, AAA Batteries, and Amelia. Oh, these were from the past couple days, so wanted to make sure to give everyone a shout out. Thanks again for supporting the channel. Those of you who are on YouTube, thanks for the thumbs up, and we'll check out the newest uploads. I'll catch you guys next time. As always, keep it surreal. Peace.